Parliament Finance Committee.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Martin Ayori. I'm from Parliament Finance Committee. I'm here on behalf of the chairperson who will be doing the strategy. And I should thank you for this
Is there a need for the graph assistant going to finance?
Morning everyone, my name is Government Bala. I work for recourse. I had the very first contradiction when colleague was addressing us, saying this is a safe space, and then he said it's being broadcast. So that's already a contradiction. But yeah, we'll see how to make it safe while it's broadcast.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Muliti-Stakeholder. I work with the Uganda Consortium on Operator Outcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert. I'm a member of the Investment Group and the Executive Department. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Richard from Minister of the Industry and Commerce.
Thank you so much, distinguished participants, representatives from various civil organizations, representatives from relevant parliamentary committees. I think we have the right people in the room, and so the discussion will really be well guided and targeted in view of what we want to achieve. So I'd like to take us through what we have for our program. And we've achieved partly 2 items: arrival and registration, welcome remarks, self-introductions. We'll have some remarks from Siatini, a representative of the Executive Director of Siatini. We have a colleague who is online. He's a comrade working with Siatini, Southern Africa. I think it would be important for him to introduce himself so that I don't mispronounce anything. The media team, please make that possible.
Good morning, colleagues. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you so much, Jerry. My name is Rangarai Manchemi. I'm with Siatini, Southern Africa, and I'm looking forward to the discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, Mr. and Comrade Rangarai Manchemi is a coordinator of Siatini, Southern Africa, and he's joining us virtually. He'll be making the keynote presentation on the evolving global investment policy dynamics and their implications for Uganda, for East Africa, Africa, and Africa at large. So we will proceed and have plenary discussion. And after that, we'll have, because we may have some reactions around his presentation. After that, we'll have a presentation on the gaps, unpacking the gaps in the Investment Code Act 2019 and the proposed reforms. That will also be followed by a plenary discussion. And the health break will be upon us, but since we've already had some hits and bites, we may agree to proceed. And there is a very important panel discussion under the theme, aligning Uganda's investment code with emerging regional and global trends. There are various trends. There is the African Continental Free Trade Area Investment Protocol, which was adopted, and it has implications on the national domestic investment legal framework. The same has to be domesticated, and have ESG, environment, social governance, human rights, among other issues that are emerging. We all appreciate that the global landscape is shifting, and so we can't afford to be left behind. And we know there is that slogan of leave no one behind, because when the world is going green and digital, we can't be going the other way, opposite to what the global community is calling us to do. And we have various experts and distinguished stakeholders who will be part of the panel. We have Dr. Fred Muhumusa, who is a senior lecturer at Makerere University Business School. He will be joining the panel. We have Mr. Bernard Mujuni, Commissioner, Equity and Rights, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. We have Mr. Okelo, who is Assistant Commissioner, External Trade, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. We have Ms. Rita Mungula, Deputy Director, Investment Promotion, Uganda Investment Authority. We expect to have the Chairperson, Parliamentary Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and we are happy to have the representative here. We will have Mr. Dominic, who will be representing the Uganda Consortium on Corporate Accountability. And the list might actually expand, because we have very knowledgeable people in the room whom we might want to invite to the panel to share some insights. And we'll have a plenary session, reflections and reactions. We'll proceed with a discussion of key action points and way forward. And what is very important is for us to share some ideas, propose some actionable solutions, and shape the future of the investment policy landscape to the end that it works for all of us. So, comrades, that's what we have for our program. In case there are any suggestions, they are welcome. And I would like to give this 2 minutes for all of us to make any suggestions in case we have any. And like I mentioned, this is a safe and democratic space. We're all contributing to shaping the program. Comrades, the rule that I am setting, and I request that we agree upon, whoever joins us will introduce themselves, but they will not get the chance to hear from us. They will only know us maybe when we are making submissions. Thank you. So let's pass on the microphone to a comrade who has just joined us to introduce herself, then we'll proceed accordingly. Thank you. Your name, the institution you work with, I think that will be enough for now. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm Kagwe Robina, and I work with Voices for Labor.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. You're welcome all. We truly appreciate having you, dear distinguished stakeholders, colleagues from the civil society, and colleagues from the media fraternity. And I'll be giving a few remarks on behalf of Siatini Uganda's Executive Director, Ms. Jane Alunga, who is here with us in spirit, but she's ably represented. And after that, we'll proceed to have a keynote presentation on the evolving global investment policy dynamics and their implications for Uganda, because we need to recognize that Uganda doesn't operate in a vacuum. We're integrated within the global economy. And whatever happens in the US, in the European Union, in a way affects us. And so we can't act like we're operating in a vacuum. And we have some comrades who are joining us. I will request that they introduce themselves.
Thank you. William Okong is my name. I'm a political assistant at Parliament and also personal assistant to Honorable Sylvia Naivale, who's the committee chair on trade, tourism and industry at Parliament. Thank you.
You're welcome. Happy to have you. Let's also allow the two comrades at the back to introduce themselves, then we get started.
Morning. My name is Robin Anantale. I report for Bukede TV.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Isaac Tenywa. I work with Baba TV.
Thank you so much. So, comrades, allow me to share some remarks, and then we'll have the keynote presentation. I would like to once again welcome us to this multi-stakeholder dialogue on the urgent need to review the Investment Code Act 2019. And we are glad to have you all. And as Siatini, we organized this very important engagement on behalf of the Investment Core Group. And like I earlier mentioned, the Investment Core Group is a loose coalition of various civil society organizations working on a broad range of development-related issues, including human rights, trade justice, the right to food, climate justice, labor rights, among others, that are advocating for the enactment, the review, and development of pro-development investment policy frameworks that work for the people, for the planet, for communities, for marginalized groups, among other categories of people. And this engagement is basically around the Investment Code Act, the mother policy document around investment. And today's dialogue is not like any other event. It's a chance for all of us to be able to share our insights, to make our contributions around the urgent need to review the Investment Code Act 2019. Since, I think since around 2019, nearly the end of 2019, we started on this campaign on the review of the Investment Code Act. Although the Investment Code Act was reviewed because there was 1991 code. This one is 2019. However, there are issues that were not given a lot of prominence. And today's engagement is to highlight those issues, to be able to achieve collective buy-in, because as a civil society organization, all as the Investment Core Group, we believe it's important to make everyone's voice heard in the policy processes. And so this is one of those spaces that we created in order for us to make our contributions. And so at that time when there is an opportunity to make a contribution, please do so. We kindly request to hear from you so that we can shape the future of the investment policy landscape together. And like I mentioned, the Investment Code Act 2019 was a welcome development at its inception because it helped to streamline the mandates, clarify roles, the number of issues that were put forward in order to be achieved by putting in place the 2019 Investment Code. And we observe that Uganda has attracted a lot of foreign direct investment. But at the same time, we recognize that efforts around attracting foreign direct investment have become synonymous with human and environmental rights violation. And so there are a number of proposals that we will be putting forward. One of my colleagues will be sharing some of the gaps and also making some proposals around the urgent need to review the Investment Code Act 2019. And we've attracted investments ranging from land-based investments, those in agriculture, in mining, infrastructure, and based on our research, because we are here as the investment core group, but we're also here as members of the Uganda Consortium on Corporate Accountability. And there's a lot of research that we've done that has revealed labor rights violations, human rights violations, community rights violations, environmental rights violations in a number of investment schemes. And it has become the order of the day. And we cannot normalize something bad. So our advocacy is meant to highlight some of those challenges and concerns arising in various communities where these investment schemes are based, but also to be able to advocate for a win-win situation where communities win on one hand, governments win on the other hand, and also the investors win because we need investments. And foreign direct investment has many promises. It has promises of infrastructure development, employment creation. It has promises of development of social services broadly. It has promises of technology and skills transfer. So there are quite a number of promises. But what is happening is that we are putting incentives ahead of performance requirements. We are laying down red carpets for investors with a total disregard of performance requirements. Imagine a scenario where you tell an investor that we offer tax incentives and holidays, and upon expiry, we will renew and offer more of the same. Then upon expiry, we will renew. But you have not done any human, environmental, and social impact assessment to justify the renewal of tax incentives or tax holidays. So that's why it's very important for us to do human rights impact assessments, environmental impact assessments, to justify and to be able to assess whether the investments have delivered on their promises or they are violating human rights, labor rights, and also environmental rights. So there are questions that we need to ask ourselves. And we need to ask ourselves questions such as, in view of the shifting global landscape, is Uganda's Investment Code Act 2019 still fit for purpose? And if we ask that question, we need to follow up with another question: which purpose? Because we can't say blanket statements, fit for purpose, but which purpose? Because there are various objectives that governments set out to achieve with various policies, including the investment policy. Various countries are using their investment policies to achieve structural economic transformation, industrialization, decent job creation. Because at the end of the day, if we are told that jobs have been created, we need to still ask which kinds of jobs. Are they decent jobs? So that will enable us to determine whether we need to provide tax incentives and holidays. And if the jobs are not decent, then let's engage constructively and do something about the Investment Code Act. Let's provide some safeguards. We've been advocating for the need to put in place a minimum wage, because we believe that if we have a minimum wage, government will be able to, if it's above, it's within the threshold of pay as you earn, then the revenue base will grow. And we'll be able to achieve our development aspirations. And that's why when we talk about the urgent need to review the Investment Code Act 2019, we are talking about this review in good spirit. We wish well for our country. And we also recognize that the review of the Investment Code for 1991 was well-intentioned. when the 2019 code was put in place, there are issues government wanted to achieve, like clarifying mandates, the roles, and all that. Looking into the responsibilities of the board. There are issues that really government wanted to achieve, but the same has been overtaken by events. The issues of the energy transition have gained momentum. And we are now talking about the future being green and digital. But then we need to ask ourselves, is the Investment Code Act 2019 taking us to that direction? Or we are moving in a parallel direction? And if we are moving in that direction, we still have a chance to review it. So this engagement is very, very important to align us to various global shifts and standards and requirements that we need to be able to achieve. But also, since communities host most of these investments, we need to ask ourselves, are the investments working for communities? Are they working for the environment? Or environments are only receiving the negative externalities of these investments? And are local communities benefiting from minerals beneath their feet, all the crops on their ancestral lands? That's a question that we also need to ask. And like I mentioned, the world is shifting to green energy, digital economies, inclusive governance, corporate accountability. And as Uganda, we need to catch up. I know catching up is not the best phrase to use, because as Africa, we've been told that we are catching up on everything. We are lagging behind. But now is the time for us to really interrogate the investment policy landscape and discuss how to move forward together. So comrades, with those few remarks, I wish all of us fruitful deliberations, and I request that we engage, share our perspectives to the end that we shape the policy direction, the investment policy direction, and represent various constituencies in a way that promotes their rights, their aspirations, their interests, but also recognizes their realities. And one of the realities is that there is human rights violations in some parts of the country, environmental rights violations. Some people who are working in factories, casual workers, especially casual workers, are earning below $1. If the dollar is now at 4,000, some are earning 2,000 or 3,000. So we need to be alive to those realities and do something about them. Thank you so much. And I shared those remarks on behalf of Ms. Jane Alunga, the Executive Director of Siatini. And I traditionally know that there cannot be any reactions on opening remarks. So I really don't expect any reactions. Thank you. Yes, I would like now to invite Comrade Rangrilai Machemes, who is the coordinator for Siatini Southern Africa, to make a presentation on the evolving global investment policy dynamics and their implications for Uganda. Comrade Ranga, you're welcome to deliver the presentation. Thank you. The media team, please enable that.
Hello, can you confirm whether you're hearing me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you so much, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I know you want to see my face. Perhaps I will just show my face briefly. It's very difficult, I know, when you are presenting online. I will try to share my screen and assist me if I put the right headers. I think I do. So I'm trying to share my screen here such that we can all follow. Sometimes technology challenge, but I will try to.
Yes, we are yet to see your screen.
Okay.
And comrades, as Comrade Ranga displays his screen, would like to appreciate you all once again, those that have just joined us. This engagement.
Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I think I'll let you take
Thank
over.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, colleagues, once again, good morning. And I want to appreciate the opportunity that I have been given by CRCN Uganda to make my input, particularly looking at the evolving global investment dynamics and landscape that we have and the implications for Uganda. So I guess I've got 30 minutes, but I will try by all means possible to do that in less than 30 minutes so that we engage in discussions. And as Eric was presenting, I was also noting some of the critical issues that Uganda is facing, particularly around human rights, around community rights, around environmental rights, and so forth and so on. So what I'm going to do, this is the outline of my presentation. I'm just going to look specifically tracing the evolution of investment policies in Africa and globally, and then have a current look at the current global investment trends and try to link these trends to Uganda's investment policy in the global context and provide policy recommendations. Now, Herbert, if my time is up, please let me know. I like talking a lot, but I will make sure that I do that in a possible short period of time. Now, I started by looking at this very question. Why investment policy matters? Because we may want to talk about the need to review the investment code that we have currently, but do we really understand why we should do that review? Why investment policy matters? How is it linked to development? How is it linked to trade? All these, I thought it would be really important to have a look at this, such that we all are on the same page. Now, investment policy plays a crucial role in shaping a country's economic development, particularly when you link it to its competitiveness. As it first drives economic growth and development through various ways. And the first one that I want to talk about, which David also went to town about, is through attracting foreign direct investment, which contributes towards industrialization, towards job creation, and infrastructure development. Please note, when we are talking about foreign direct investment, we are saying it contributes towards, but it's not the panacea to the development of any nation. It cannot rely solely on foreign direct investment for its development. So we should take note of that. Then secondly, also, when we are looking at the role of investment policy in driving economic growth, it helps to support domestic investment. And this is really crucial, as it counteracts the role of foreign direct investment. Our investment policy should be able to support domestic investment, as relevant and affirmative policies provide local businesses with incentives to invest, particularly in productive sectors. It's really crucial, it's really important. If you look at some other countries where they've attracted a lot of FDI, you may notice that the FDI has been attracted to do extraction, particularly in the extractive industry, and those that would have been extracted, the raw materials, they are shipped out of the country for processing elsewhere, and whatever products are made out of that, they are sold back to our countries without investments in the domestic industry, without investments in the productive sectors of our economy, but investment extracting raw materials to fund the development of other countries. So it's important for investment policy to try and balance FDI as well as domestic investment. Then on that aspect as well, in driving economic growth and development, you will find that investment policy should be able to facilitate technology transfer and innovation through attracting modern technology, through attracting skills and production technique, and also improving productivity. So as we are looking at the Uganda investment course, we should be able to come up with those areas where we say this investment course should be able to ensure that there is technology transfer, particularly in the sectors that are crucial for the development of Uganda, where Uganda has got the competitive as well as comparative advantage. So our investment policy should be linked to all these aspects. Then broadly, secondly, investment policy matters in the sense that it helps to strengthen trade and global integration. So when you look at improving trade competitiveness, for example, through facilitating businesses to access markets, as well as to influence the exports that we require for Uganda to be able to get the foreign exchange that is required, or for Uganda to be able to get the technology that is required, and also for the businesses to be able to participate in value chains that are established. So investment policy should be able to strengthen those aspects that will allow Uganda to be able to participate in global trade through those areas. And also under that, the policy should be able to facilitate regional and global trade agreements as they ought to align with progressive instruments that we have at continental level, or that we have at the EAC level, the East African Community level. Here I'm talking about, for example, right now, we are participating in the African Continental Free Trade Area. So our investment policy as Uganda, you should not just get in the African Continental Free Trade Area without crafting an investment policy that will be able to allow businesses in Uganda to be able to participate fully in the African Continental Free Trade Area. And in any case, to participate fully in the African Continental Free Trade Area, Uganda should be able to be producing goods and services that are traded within the confines of the AFCFTA. Without those goods, without those services, Uganda will be participating in the AFCFTA, perhaps even to be the supermarket for other countries, to be the recipient of products that are coming from other countries. So the investment policy to be able to ensure that those productive sectors where Uganda has got the competitive and comparative advantage are well supported for Uganda to be able to supply the goods that are required within the confines of the AFCFTA. Thus, it will be able to influence its development priorities through the provision of those services. So the investment policy should be strongly tied to these aspects. And then thirdly, for the policy to be able to support supply chain development through the development of rules that encourage businesses to integrate into global supply chains. So when we look at investment policy, it must have these aspects in its DNA. Now, the third aspect, why investment policy matters, it helps shape governance and economic stability. And when I'm talking about governance, I'm sure you have heard in so many situations, in so many instances, that African countries do not have the institutions that are required to spur the development and investment that is needed for uplifting standards, for livelihoods, and for broad development. So the investment policy should be able to help us identify the institutions that are required, that are needed to be established. For example, to provide regulatory oversight, and I'm happy that we've got Parliament, which is in the room, but we should also have people from different institutions that we believe are institutions that are necessary to support the development of the nation. I'm talking about, for example, standards associations. I'm talking about competition institutions, and I'm happy that the investment court that we have been talking about has led to the formation of the Uganda Investment Authority, for example. That's a strong institution that is required to facilitate investment. I don't know how well equipped it is in terms of its operations, but these are the institutions that are supposed to be there to help in terms of investment laws, to help in terms of transparency issues, to help in terms of ensuring that investor obligations are followed, and also issues to do with dispute settlement mechanisms. And also around this area of shaping governance and economic stability are issues now that are required, for example, to balance public interests and private capital. As we know that when you look at investments, especially FDI, it may not necessarily be looking at domestic interests or public interests, but it will be looking after its own profits. So you should have institutions that are necessary or that are able to follow, to track, to monitor, and ensure that public interests are actually taken into account. As the policies should ensure investments contribute to social development. I think Herbert was talking about environmental impact assessments, it could be even health impact assessments, and so forth and so on. So investments should be able to contribute to social development, environmental sustainability, and of course, economic equity. I'm sure those who have been following the issues around inequalities around the world, you will notice that the inequalities that we find in most African countries, the huge inequalities that are there, is because we are failing to balance public interests with private capital. So institutions should be able to help towards this. So an investment policy should be able to facilitate this kind of a balance that we have. So when we look at the gaps in the Uganda Investment Code, these are some of the issues that we should be looking at. Then, of course, one of the most important aspects that the investment policy should be able to facilitate is policy coherence, to ensure that the regulations that we have within Uganda, they do not contradict each other. Many times, you will find that you have the Ministry of Trade, and happy that there are people from the Ministry of Trade. Then you have got people perhaps from the Ministry of Finance, from the Ministry of Agriculture. You have certain policies that contradict each other. But the investment policy with institutions set up should then be able to harmonize these policies so that we have policy coherence across different sectors within the country. So we have an opportunity, if we are to look at the urgent need to review the investment code of 2019, there is an opportunity now to look at the different gaps that exist, particularly in different sectors, that can be harmonized together such that we have an investment policy that is able to bring all these aspects under one harmonized framework. That helps to build predictability, that helps to bring economic stability, as well as trust in the institutions that are established. I thought I should just lay this ground before now I go into the evolution of global investment policies. I will just rush through. I've divided this into different phases. And I've started with the post-World War II era, that is from 1945 to around 1980s, where we had seen a lot of protectionist policies and state-led investment across the world. So after World War II, most of the economies were in ruins. Industries were struggling, and obviously countries needed a strategy to recover. They needed to recover from all the damages of World War II. And what was the solution? The solution then was state-led economic development, where governments took direct control of investment decisions to rebuild and protect their industries. So around this time, there was a lot of emphasis on import substitution industrialization, where many nations restricted foreign investment to boost domestic production. So what they did was to substitute the imports and to make sure that there was investment in the productive sectors domestically and have industries produce goods and not rely on imports. So you will find that Japan and Germany, for example, they adopted highly controlled investment policies where the state played a central role in rebuilding their economies. For example, Japan used the Ministry of International Trade and Industry to direct investment flows into sectors like manufacturing and technology. And I think you all agree that right now Japan is one of the most industrialized nations technologically, as well as in the manufacturing sector. Just look at your home and see the gadgets that you are using, whether you've got something that comes from Japan. You may find that the majority of the products are in there. Of course, other countries came later on, but they also rode on the technology that the Japanese built. Germany focused on rebuilding heavy industries while ensuring foreign investors complemented, right, not this way, complemented rather than dominated local markets. And our investment policy should actually be informed from this perspective. How we have moved, how we have evolved from this, how countries have grown their own industries. It was because they focused around these areas, right? If you look from an African perspective, during that particular period, you will notice that that's when most African countries were colonized. So the colonial legacy and the nationalization issues, they formed the central part of the investment processes during that period. So colonial economies were structured around the extractive industries, meaning that foreign investments focused on mining, they focused on cash crops, they focused on infrastructure with little local individual development in our own country. So when African nations gained independence, starting from the 1950s and up to the 1980s, they started to implement nationalization policies to reclaim control over major sectors. If you remember, even in Uganda, there was a nationalization process, particularly in the banking sector, in the telecommunications sector, and so forth. But of course, one clear example that we all know from Africa is Zambia nationalized its copper mines in the 1970s. And that was aimed to reduce foreign dominance in its economy. But of course, we ask ourselves fundamental questions. How far did this help? Now, during that period as well, protectionist policies also dominated this era, with governments restricting foreign ownership, imposing tariffs, and controlling capital flows. Because I know when I talk of imposing tariffs, people are now thinking about what is happening currently. What goes around comes around. We'll come back to that in the discussion. So I thought I should just mention how this evolution happened during that period, particularly for African countries. Then we moved on to the 1990s, from the 1990s to around the new millennium, where we saw a rise of bilateral and multilateral agreements. Now, by the late 20th century, they kicked in the Washington Consensus, which was a set of economic principles that was mostly focused on free markets, focusing on privatization, on deregulation. So all these, they gained influence during that particular period. So countries started to sign bilateral investment treaties and joining multilateral agreements to attract foreign direct investment. It is during this period as well that we saw structural adjustment programs being introduced, particularly in most developing countries, with aid being conditioned upon implementing economic reforms. It is during this period when we saw the IMF and the World Bank having a very strong foothold on the economies of most developing countries, including Africa. Now, during this period, we also saw China's economic liberalization. China opened its economy in the 1980s, moving from a state-controlled system to market-oriented reforms. That's when it started to create special economic zones where foreign investors could operate freely, leading to rapid industrialization and China becoming the world's manufacturing hub. And I think by 2001, that's when you saw China joining the World Trade Organization, the WTO. Now, during this period as well, this is the period that saw the establishment of the World Trade Organization in 1995. Now, with the World Trade Organization, there is what was called, and it's still there, trade-related investment measures in the WTO, TRIMS, which was focused at removing barriers to foreign investors. Now, TRIMS was introduced during the Uruguay round of negotiations that lasted for about 8 years, from 1986 to 1994. So the Uruguay round is the one that then paved the way to the formation of the World Trade Organization in 1995. So it is during this period that the trade-related investment measures were introduced. Now, these measures, they aimed to stop countries from using restrictions or to restrict, certain investment policies that countries needed to regulate foreign investment and foreign businesses, the so-called trade distorting investment policies. Now, as you know, countries were implementing certain policies to ensure that there is domestic investment. Things like local content requirements. These are not new things, by the way. These are the things that were being introduced, that were being implemented during the period where we had the so-called protectionist policies. So TRIMS now was forcing countries to remove such things like local content requirements. And local content requirements, they were actually forcing investors to buy domestic goods. But when they were removed, it would allow businesses to source even from foreign markets and not just from local markets, to source from foreign markets, because they were considered to be trade distorting. And also TRIMS, it aimed to also to remove export performance rules, which required foreign businesses, for example, to export a portion of their production. It was a requirement during that particular period. So TRIMS was saying these must be removed. And also TRIMS required countries to remove what was called trade balancing rules, where the firms that were operating during that period had to match imports with exports to maintain trade equilibrium. So here they were saying, no, TRIMS was coming in to liberalize the sector, to liberalize the investment sector. So it was forcing countries to ensure that these three things that I have mentioned are removed. Now, you have countries like the US and of course the EU countries during that time, they argued that the measures that we had, the local content requirements, export performance rules, trade balancing rules, they distorted trade and investment flows. Hence, TRIMS was supposed to eliminate such restrictions, paving the way promote national corporations. So many developing countries, they criticized TRIMS, arguing that it limited their ability to protect domestic industry. They needed the policy space to ensure that development happens with the support of domestic industries. I thought I should just spend a little bit of some time here to explain this, and also to look at how TRIMS has affected African countries. Now, what was the impact of TRIMS? Because it was a major agreement in the WTO that brought about reforms that had a huge impact on African economies. Now, TRIMS transformed global investment policies, particularly in developing countries. It reduced the protectionism where countries had to remove those requirements that we talked about, making it easier for foreign firms to operate. So we opened up for foreign firms to come in and operate the way they wanted. In some instances, it increased FDI flows, where the liberalized investment rules encouraged multinational corporations to expand into new markets, but particularly the extractive sector. But we also have challenges that were experienced for domestic industries, as many local businesses struggled to compete with foreign firms. So this is the period when we started to see deindustrialization, because it led to some industries closing as a result of the challenges they were now facing. Small businesses facing huge multinational corporations operating in the local economies. So the process of deindustrialization, which started during the structural adjustment era that we talked about earlier on, was further cemented with the coming in of the World Trade Organization. That's when you started to see real deindustrialization taking place. And there were also serious concerns about economic sovereignty. Countries didn't have the policy space now, particularly to regulate these multinational corporations. Well, some of the countries did not even have the institutions. Remember, when I was introducing, I was talking about the investment policy helping to shape the governance architecture. So some countries did not have the institutions to be able to regulate and control the activities and businesses of multinational corporations. Even up to now, some countries do not have those strong institutions to send up to multinational corporations, right? So another impact was also on policy adjustments, as nations had to restructure their war investment laws to comply with WTO rules, often leading to privatization, leading to deregulation, and even some small industries that needed to be growing at that particular period did not have the protection that was now needed. Everything was now opened up, deregulated, and so forth. I thought I should just pass through here such that it helps us when we now discuss the gaps that we see in the Uganda Investment Code. We should be able to have this kind of background so that it helps in our own interventions. Now, in terms of the results, in Africa, TRIMS had mixed results. There was loss of policy space or of flexibility, as governments could no longer require foreign firms to use local suppliers, affecting industrial development. But you had countries like South Africa and Kenya. They saw increased foreign investment due to liberalized rules. And because these were regional hubs that were strong already in their own areas, and with liberalization of the investment taking place, the rules then favored these countries. And that's why you saw that they became some kind of regional hegemonies within our different regions. Many African economies became more reliant on foreign capital, raising concerns about economic control and dependence on external investors. So you will notice that the challenges that we are experiencing now, they are not challenges that just cropped up now, but they were challenges that were well watered from the time when we started to remove controls during the structural adjustment program. We moved into the WTO and so forth and so on, until we are where we are today. Now, continuing with Africa's shift to liberalization, during that period, many African nations abandoned protectionist policies due to economic crisis in the 1980s, and they started to privatize state-owned enterprises. Remember, at the behest of IMF and World Bank, at the behest of the WTO, the TRIMS, they privatized state-owned enterprises, making room for foreign investors. They signed BITs to attract international capital, sometimes with terms favoring foreign interests over national development. So the challenges started as a result of that particular shift that we had to take as African countries. Now, back to the evolution of global investment policies from around 2010 to the present. I'm about to finish. We are starting to see sustainability issues being at the center of whatever agreements we are now negotiating. We started to see the proliferation of regional trade agreements, and of course, currently the geopolitical shifts that we are seeing. So today's landscape, really, investment landscape, is shaped by these three major trends. Now, the first one, sustainability and climate finance. You will find that some regions, like the EU, they are now prioritizing investment facilitation agreements that emphasize green projects and carbon neutral industries. So during the period, for example, when we were negotiating economic partnership agreements with the EU, when it started around 2002, and it's continuing up to now, I think Kenya at the moment is in the East African region, that's the topic. You will notice that these agreements, they did not have provisions for the so-called sustainability chapters. But the later agreements that came, for example, the SADC EU EPA, it has a whole chapter on sustainability, where they are looking at all these issues, core labor standards, environmental standards, which are being made part and parcel of the agreement, and they are tied to investment. Now, there is even a separate agreement, for example, with Angola, the so-called CIFA, Sustainability Investment Facilitation Agreement, which is an agreement that has got a whole sort of obligations that are expected for investment to take place, and the country needs to ensure that they emphasize the issues of core labor standards, environmental standards, social governance standards, and so forth. And we have seen also with the EU that there is the so-called the European Union Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which also emphasizes on environmental and social governance standards, ESG, that Herbert was talking about earlier on. And these are becoming more and more prevalent in most regional trade agreements that countries are signing, as they are designed to streamline investment processes and making it easier for investors to establish and expand their businesses. But of course, they are hiding behind sustainable development goals. That's the language that we all agree to. But in this language, which is good, they are coming in with their businesses to entrench their businesses, perhaps at the expense of local businesses who may not have the support and who may not have the institutional infrastructure that will allow them to be able to invest in a way that multinational corporations are able to invest. And then secondly, currently we have regional trade agreements like the AFCFTA that we talked about earlier on, having their own investment protocols or chapters in the regional trade agreements that should be able to ensure that the investments or the investment policies that we have, they speak to environmental issues, they speak to the core labor standards, they speak to human rights, and so forth and so on. Then you have, lastly, the geopolitical realignments that are taking place where supply chains are shifting due to the tensions that we are currently, experiencing, which started with the US and China, but obviously it has spread. US has spread these tensions with other countries, withdrawing support in other areas and so forth. The war impacts and the evolving investment priorities that we have. This is what is now shaping the current investment climate. And as we discuss in this meeting, we need to look at what do we need for Uganda to be able to come up with an investment code that balances commercial interests with social interests, developmental priorities, and the priorities for Uganda. And if we are able to do that, then we would have contributed to the debate that is really crucial at the present time. Now, I just want to say, you all know this, I'm not going to go through, when I'm looking at the Uganda investment policy climate, I'm not going to go through this. This is just emphasizing what I said earlier on. But what is crucial, what is important, is if you go back to the investment laws, particularly the Investment Code Act of 1991, which Uganda signed, which marked a turning point, shifting Uganda toward a pro-marketer approach. What changed from that investment code to the code that we had in 2019, which Uganda thought it was modernizing its investment framework? Was it updated enough to take into consideration the issues that we are now experiencing within the current investment climate? I don't want to talk about the gaps in this because I saw on the program somebody else is going to talk about it. But what I just want to emphasize on is looking at the AFCFTA and Uganda's investment future. The AFCFTA provides, honestly, an opportunity for Uganda to deepen investment integration across Africa. But within the confines of South-South cooperation, there is an opportunity for cross-border investment facilitation where Uganda can actually attract regional investors to expand the manufacturing and industrial zones, but at the same time allowing Ugandan businesses to be able to also penetrate the African market with the investment agreement or the protocol that we have under the AFCFTA. Issues of investment infrastructure for value chain growth. The AFCFTA should be able to promote regional transport and logistics development, making Uganda a trade hub, and Uganda should be able to take advantage of this. If we are to finalize the annexes that are part of the investment protocol of the AFCFTA, to take into consideration the policy thrust that I said earlier on, say why investment policy should be important and the areas that it should be touching, and also obviously around policy harmonization with the AFCFTA investment protocol. Uganda must be able to align its investment regulations with the AFCFTA if it is to benefit from the AFCFTA, particularly the dispute settlement and resolution system, transparent measures, and the environmental and social governance principles to increase investor confidence. Then finally, in terms of policy recommendations, as we discuss in this meeting, Uganda must be able to modernize its investment policy to align with global trends, yes, but while ensuring economic sovereignty. For me, this is what is crucial. This is what is important. How can it ensure economic sovereignty and local economic empowerment? Yes, we are talking about the current investment policy framework that takes into consideration the global trends. But locally, we must not lose the economic sovereignty. We must not lose the local economic empowerment. So the following recommendations provide perhaps a balanced approach that you may need to consider in our discussions. Number one, the investment framework for Uganda must be aligned with the AFCFTA whilst retaining regulatory flexibility. There is no way we can fully liberalize the investment climate without retaining some degree of control or flexibility for policy space for Ugandan institutions to be able to regulate certain investments in certain areas. Therefore, in this regard, Uganda should be able to strengthen intra-African investment facilitation by reducing regulatory barriers for Ugandan businesses investing across AFCFTA markets. That can only happen with institutions that are able to play their role. Institutions, earlier on was talking about the fit for purpose. What purpose? Right? So institutions that are able to bring about the purpose that is required for local development of Uganda. And also to ensure regional value chain participation by integrating local industries into AFCFTA industrialization plans. And not only AFCFTA industrialization plans, but also Uganda's industrialization plans. Do we have an industrialization strategy? Do we have an industrialization policy? How does that strategy or a policy align with the industrialization plans of AFCFTA to promote Uganda's competitive sectors like agriculture? We know that Uganda is very strong, for example, in the coffee or even cotton sectors. How can these sectors be promoted with an investment policy framework that does not favor multinational corporations, but that also favors domestic industries, that favors technology transfer, that favors value addition, manufacturing? This is what the environment, the investment policy should be able to promote. Then also, we should be able to, we should be able to look at those sectors where Uganda can perhaps selectively liberalize certain sectors. You cannot liberalize all the sectors. Yes, I think we have started to liberalize all the sectors, but there should be some degree of control to say these sectors, they are still sensitive. And our investment policy should be able to prioritize sectors where FDI should come in. Is it in agro-processing where we need the technology? Should it be in ICT? Definitely where we need the technology and we don't have it. Renewable energy, we don't have the technology and we require it, and the infrastructure associated with that. But also while we're ensuring Ugandan firms hold minimum equity stakes in joint ventures. So our investment policy should be able to allow Ugandan firms to hold equity stakes. And when we are talking about equity stakes, it's not just a question of having some equity in certain firms, but there should be some calibration that has to be done to say, although you hold this equity stake in this joint venture, but there are certain targets that you must meet as a local firm in terms of upgrading the skills that you must have, in terms of ensuring that certain technologies are acquired, which we are able to absorb and use as Ugandan firms in the event that one day you will be able to divest from that venture. You should be able to stand on your own. So take this opportunity as hand-holding, where you can actually be learning something from these joint ventures. I think our investment policy should be able to have certain such standards that should be inbuilt in there, such that local firms are able to meet these standards, so that one day when they stand on their own, there is seamless transition. Now, there is also the need to emphasize the issue of technology transfer, to say our investment policy should require technology transfer agreements from foreign investors to develop Ugandan expertise in key industries. And this is linked to what I was saying earlier on. And this should also be part of hand-holding kind of processes that should be there. We are crying about technology transfer in the pharmaceutical industry, for example. We have been asking for, some waivers of intellectual property at the WTO. But why don't we use the investment policies that we are talking about now to ensure that we lock in technology transfer? For me, this is real, special, and differential treatment that countries can actually have if they are able to negotiate these technology transfer agreements. Then, of course, to encourage local sourcing mandates within FDI policies to ensure that Ugandan suppliers benefit from foreign investment. Remember, I said what goes around comes around. The local sourcing requirements, they were removed under trims earlier on, but we should be able to go back to say, no, if we are to attract FDI, as part of the condition, the foreign investors should also be able to buy local in terms of the raw materials that are required for the processing of certain products that the FDI investments have targeted. And that way, it ensures the local participation of local businesses. They are integrated in there, and they are also able to acquire certain technologies to improve their own production and productivity. Domestic investor protections and local economic participation, I think it's linked to the issues that I said earlier on, but what I want to emphasize is just to ensure preferential procurement, for example, for SMEs and cooperatives, particularly in large-scale investment projects. How can this be inbuilt in the investment policy? We should be able to do that and not just talk about the need to align to the so-called global trends, the need to align to ESG. Yes, we need to do that. But if we are to drive our own industrialization, if we are to drive our own development, we must be able to lock in those things of local procurement from SMEs. And also, there should be a recognition that domestic investors are different from these huge multinational corporations or foreign investors. And as such, we should be able to develop strong incentives for domestic investors such that they are also able to access affordable credit, preferential tax benefits, which are given to foreign investors, and also government-backed investment guarantees. This should be given to domestic investors. Our investment policy should be able to ensure that it's made predictable, it's made deliberate to ensure local development. If we do this, obviously some will say, if you, the MFN principles, if you do this to domestic sectors, then this should apply also to foreign investors. We should recognize that some of the so-called foreign or foreign multinational corporations, they even have, capital that is larger than even some of the countries put together. So that has to be recognized to say you cannot be able to give government-backed investment guarantees to such if you have domestic industries that do not even reach maybe even a tenth of what these other multinational corporations have. So such must be identified in our investment policies. And then finally, obviously, to promote green investment in climate finance without compromising development priorities, there is no doubt, we know that climate change is driving most of the challenges that we are faced with. So our investment policy should be able to introduce climate-focused investment incentives, including tax breaks for renewable energy and sustainability-driven projects, and also to leverage global finance mechanisms to attract investments, particularly in such renewable energy like solar, hydropower, and also in sustainable agriculture. And to ensure ESG standards are embedded in Uganda's investment policies while balancing economic competitiveness. This one, I have to emphasize, Herbert and colleagues, that yes, when we talk of environmental standards, when we're talking of social governance, we should also be able to ensure that this balances out with economic competitiveness. Right now, we have heard about the CBAMs, right? The carbon border adjustment mechanisms that the EU is promoting in its agreements that it is negotiating with different countries. Now, if you look at the carbon border adjustment mechanisms, if we just agree to that, we may be able to wipe out some of the industries that we have, the industries where most people have been employed in and the livelihoods have been dependent upon. We should be able to balance climate issues or these standard issues with our own economic requirements and priorities and development priorities. Thank you so much. I have taken a little bit of some time, but I hope I just needed to open it up such that we know the history where we have gone, where we should be going, and the thrust of our investment policy. Asante sana.
Thank you. Comrades, a round of applause for Comrade Ranga. Thank you so much. He's made such a very powerful presentation. In fact, it was more like a master class. There was quite a lot, although the scope that we had shared with him was a bit smaller, but he has expanded it to navigate us through the different levels. But also he has made appreciation of the fact that the Investment Code Act 2019 was well-intentioned. The time it was put in place, it replaced the 1991 code. But also it led to the reconstitution of Uganda Investment Authority, clarification of mandates. But getting back to his presentation, he has made the case of why investment matters. And of course, he has also cautioned us that although there are things, all promises of foreign direct investment, there are also challenges and limitations that come with it. And that foreign direct investment is not a panacea for development. It's not that when you attract FDI, it will automatically translate into technology and skills transfer, employment creation, economic growth. There are safeguards that you have to put in place. And it's the policy that should have the provisions and the safeguards. And of course, looking at where we are in terms of the Investment Code Act, there are challenges with the Act that it has been overtaken by events. There is now appreciation of sustainability requirements and standards. There are issues around human rights. There are new realities of climate change. That's a reality that we have to be alive to. Otherwise, we might not be able to address it adequately. But also, there are countries that have achieved quite so much with their investment policy frameworks. And we need to ask ourselves, what are they doing right and what are we doing wrong? What kind of investments are we attracting? And if they're poor quality investments and we're attracting broke investors, we need to ask ourselves, why are we attracting broke investors? That we have to fund them to be able to invest. And if other countries have attracted investors that have the money, all the technical know-how, all the skills broadly, how are they doing it? How are they using their policy tools such as the investment policies to be able to achieve what they want? But also, Comrade Ranga has cautioned us that however much we want to align the current investment code with emerging global shifts, but the issue of maintaining local economic sovereignty is very important. But it also begins with, where do we want to go as a country? Do we want to attract investors and continue giving out tax incentives? Or we need jobs. And which kind of jobs? Decent jobs or the lower cadre jobs? We need to ask ourselves those hard questions. And of course, communities must have a say in the investments, like determining what kinds of investments suitable for their communities. The issue of free, prior, and informed consent, that you cannot determine the fate of people in Karamoja by convening a meeting in Kampala, and then you send whatever you deem fit to Karamoja. But you must involve the people, to engage them, to explain to them that we are situating this investment scheme in Karamoja to support you. These are the things that you'll benefit from when this investment scheme is situated in Karamoja. There will be decent jobs. There will be infrastructure development. There will be skills and technology transfer. We will get revenue as a country, and we will develop. But in some cases, based on our research as the Investment Core Group, as Uganda Consortium on Corporate Accountability, we've recognized in some cases that the increased efforts of attracting investments have translated all being synonymous with human and environmental rights violations. And there's a place that we visited in Wusuku, in actually Wusia, it's called Wusia in Tororo. There are deep pits that were dug, and that land cannot be used for agriculture ever again. And the people in communities were not even aware of what was dug out of their land, because even the soil was extracted and taken. So keeping communities in the dark sometimes is not good, because at the end of the day, they are the ones surviving or living in those communities. There are issues of miscarriages, that the stone quarries, the blasts, I don't know whether they use dynamite, but whatever they use, the blasts cause shocks in bellies, and miscarriages happen. And I think the issue that Ranga has also raised of health impact assessments. Remember, we talked about social, human, environmental assessments, but he has added on another, the issue of health impact assessments. So he has given us more ideas than we asked for. But once again, we could give him a round of applause. It doesn't hurt. Thank you so much, Comrade Ranga. And now is the time for the plenary discussion. We'll keep it short and targeted, 15 minutes, and we'll get to the next session. Thank you so much. If there are any issues, any questions you'd like to raise to Comrade Rangrilai Machemes, we shortened that name, Rangrilai, to Ranga, Comrade Ranga. So I know he will be happy to hear us call him Comrade Ranga. So let's have a few reactions, submissions, and we call it a great keynote presentation. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Anthony. It's my name. Just a little question on whether you had examples that we can benchmark where interests have been balanced. By interests, I mean interests for sustainable development and investment. Is there a country which is achieving that balance?
Hello, Comrade Ranga, are you still on? Hello, is off?
Yeah, we can take more questions and then I will answer it once.
Okay. So he has offered himself that he can answer any question. Please let's put him in that position of responding to quite many more questions. Silence means there is none. Oh.
Thank you so much. I wanted to comment on the issue where he talked about that we should ensure environmental, social governance standards, but also must ensure that we balance economic competitiveness. I agree that it is important that we need to have that balance, but also I want to ask him, at what point do we try to see that that competitiveness is aligned with the climate ambitions that we set as a country or as a global village? Because as Comrade Ranga, you may be aware, We have, for example, under the climate change action plans, we have the Paris Agreement that brings together the global climate ambitions under what we call the NDCs, the National Determined Contributions. And therefore, every country is supposed to ensure that we raise our ambitions. For example, in Uganda in particular, our ambition under the NDC framework is that we should be able to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 to a tune of 24.7%. But at the same time, we must also grow our economy, because that raising of the greenhouse gas ambition reduction, it has a very big cost. In fact, our costing is about $28.1 billion per year up to 2030, which requires us to raise about 4 billion Uganda US dollar per year. So how do we try to, in reality, how do we try to ensure that we raise our ambitions, but also meet the cost that it requires, but also align our ambitions with the global standards? So that I think is a very critical issue that he talks about, and I think it should inform our conversation. But also the issue he talked about, health impact. I'm happy, Herbert, you noted it. It's very, very important we align, we look at, for example, issues of health impacts, but the requirement in the law, for example, our current legal framework, talks about carrying out the climate impact assessment under the National Climate Change Act. So how do we try to infuse that within the investment code? Because we must also be aware, because you asked a very intriguing question, Herbert, at the beginning, what was the fitness of purpose? Which purpose? The purpose of the code, and within the framework of establishing the Uganda Investment Authority, was to attract investors. Now you ask, are we attracting broke investors? Because time and again we say we give them incentives that we try to enable them to carry out the investments. So how do we ensure that we align? Because sometimes the investment code might not cure all these emerging issues, but how do we ensure that it is a living document and is able to cure even future emerging issues like climate risks and disaster risk reduction? Finally, how do we try to see that we position Uganda and Africa in emerging investments? For example, like the current carbon trade and carbon markets, because we see that Africa is very rich in carbon sequestration. Like, for example, Uganda, our forest cover is growing. We are now moving, in the last 5 years, we've risen from 8% to now 13.5%. Africa has about 21% of the forest cover. So how do we make sure that we position Africa and Uganda in particular to tap into the global carbon trade investments that actually are futuristic? We're talking about an industry for about $4 billion that is projected to grow up to about $40 billion. So how do we see that we tap into these futuristic investments, which also have far-reaching effects on some of these critical issues of human rights, and because we're talking about issues of compensation, issues that are labor rights, to see that the people, that these futuristic investments, for example, carbon trade, follows a human rights-based approach. Because you see, I like the history he gave us, but also we must light the torch into the future and see how we position our continent and our countries in some of these global, because he talked about the carbon border adjustment policies, which are inhibiting some of these positions that, for example, would occupy as a country, but also as a continent. Thank you.
Red Ranga, we still have a few reactions.
Yes, thank you. Gaudius is my name, and my question is not so different from the previous speakers. In Uganda, when you talk about investment, what runs into most of our minds is the unequal distribution of incentives between the local investors and the foreign investors. So my question is, because when you tell me about investment, and even from my peers, it is the first thing that comes out. So I'm looking at how can we, I appreciate the rationale for the incentives, but I'm looking at to what point shall we give these incentives to foreign investors? What else can we do apart from offering these incentives, but at the same time create or attract foreign investors? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, Comrade Ranga, for that elaborate presentation. Allow me to begin from what my neighbor here is talking about, where we've given a lot of incentives to the foreign investors while leaving behind the local investors. When you talked about that, my mind went back to the times when Uganda had companies like Sembule. For those who are the Gen Zs may not know, but those who are old enough, like Dr. Muhumuza, may remember that we had companies like Sembule, which as a country we should have supported to remain in business, but because of our maybe weak policy on investment, some of these companies had to be forced out of the market. So I think as a country we need to reconsider these tax incentives that tend to favor more of the foreign investors at the expense of the local investors. And Mr. Ranga brought it out where in his recommendation he said we need to strengthen the domestic investor protections to enable local economic participation. But coming from, sorry I didn't introduce myself, my name is Sarah Birungi from the Uganda Human Rights Commission. And as a commission we do monitor businesses of all nature, extractive industries, plantations, the oil and gas sector. And right now as I speak, we have a team that is monitoring the fishing communities around Mukono and other surrounding landing sites. And yesterday I was privileged to be among the team. And I must say that the issue of favoring foreign investors is something that we need to work on, because when we had a baraza with the community with one of the landing sites, a community at one of the landing sites, it came out clearly that we are doing a disservice to our locals and the local communities, where we were told that there is what they call the breeding areas for fish, and investors are allowed to, encroach on those areas and be able to fish from there. But when the local fishermen go to such places, they face the long arm of UPDF, and they were decrying widespread torture and cruel and inhuman treatment from UPDF. Thankfully, we had also invited UPDF and the Marines who are manning that area. And the locals were, it is sad there. People are being beaten. One old woman said her son was killed just from fishing from a breeding area. And yet there is a local, there is a foreign investor who has been given leeway to fish as long as they want. So I think as a country we need to rethink. But it also took me back to the shortfalls within the investment code of 2019, where we are failing to, to have corresponding benefits for local communities. And with this, I was looking at what Comrade Ranga also talked about, balancing public interest and public and private capital to contribute to social development. And I was looking at our sugarcane growing communities in the country. Recently, we were in Masindi, Kinyara sugar plantations. And when you look at that place, there are large expanses of plantations, and the investors there are making a lot of money. But when you look at the surrounding communities and the kinds of their standards of living, they are not commensurate to the nature of what do I call it? Of the development around them. And this has forced most of the locals to, to retreat to the forest and encroach on the forest, mainly because the investor has, first of all, encroached on people's land. People claim that the investor has got their land and titled it as his. I don't know. People have been on that land for more than 20 years, but then a mapping was carried out using drones, and for some reason, people found that their land had been, their land is now in the title of the investor. And so the situation there is so dire, but now people have started encroaching on the forest, and also Uganda Wildlife Authority has not been kind to them, so they are also evicting them from the forest. So you can imagine how people seem to be helpless in their own country, and yet we see big plantations and the investor is making a lot of money from their community. And so I think we need to rethink on some of these. Maybe Mr. Ranga can give us some of the countries that have been able to balance it out, like my brother had asked earlier. Let me end there for now.
Yeah, hello. Is it still good morning? Good afternoon. My name is Ismail Lado, a media practitioner. Just a few minutes before I walked in, I was speaking to an investor from Bali who was telling me that people from the Ministry of Finance have refused to grant him incentives, to a tune of about, I think, 600 million. And as a result of that, he says he's not going to invest any penny until he's granted that investment. And his argument was that there is now some kind of corruption in granting investment, in granting rather incentives in the Ministry of Finance. Of course, that's a story that we are going to investigate. But that's not the question. That's just to bring it to your attention of some of the things that are beginning to emerge from what is supposed to promote investment. Now, the question is, and from advocacy point of view, is that why is it that our managers or our people in charge of policy seem to have that almost 100% conviction or belief that, for instance, FDI is a magic bullet for industrialization, or without incentives and exemption, there will be no investment? What informs that kind of thought process? I've also seen it with many of our politicians, actually, who are trying to convince these investors by sweeteners such as, we will give you so much in incentives and exemptions. So from where you stand, what explains that almost blind belief in some of these narratives, and we do very little to actually interrogate them?
Comrade Ranga, just one more submission, and then we'll hand over to you to respond.
Mine is not a question, it's just an emphasis on the investment code. I thank you so much. The presenter really elaborated so much. But I just want to comment on the global supply chain. I think the investment code amendment, or if you're looking at amendments, we should really dwell on the aspect of the supply chain. If we can have a clause that binds these investors to respect standards in the supply chain, maybe would resolve some of the issues. Of course, in some engagements, Investment Authority has always warned us that, not warned us, but advised us that some of these things we raise are supposed to be handled by other ministries. But we feel if some of these things are in the Investment Authority, maybe it would also make enforcement a little bit easy. Let me just give a scenario. Because if you're talking about a supply chain, it is really big. But what is happening right now is that most investors are shifting most of the risks, most of their obligations to the supply chain, and they are becoming, they're trying to run away from obligations. For example, when you go and make a spontaneous, just a visit in most of these big industries, you're going to find that, of course, on their websites, they will say, okay, we are employing over 10,000 workers. But when you go and find out whether those 10,000 workers are working there, actually, they're not directly employed by the companies. These workers are in their supply chain. We have a lot of outsourcing agents work that is going on, and it's unregulated. So, and yet, we have these global supply chain laws. Now we can see Germany came up with a supply chain law binding its companies wherever they are operating to respect labor standards within the supply chain. We have the OECD guidelines still binding these companies, but why is it that it's so hard for us to even use that justification that you're coming from countries that are legislating on this, and we bind them on that? Because at the end of the day, we have investors who are not just putting tax burden on us because they are getting so many incentives, but even then, we the people, we are not benefiting. Workers are just working like modern slaves. You're working for survival, but not for improving your living standards as a human being. Thank you.
Thank you, comrades, for those reactions and submissions. Comrade Ranga, the last submission really, just to re-echo it, how can we move from survival mode to thriving mode? Why should we be hungry for investors and disregard the issue of the quality of investors? How can we use the Investment Code Act to achieve a better quality lot of investors, but at the same time, investors who promote community rights and don't disregard what we have in place in terms of the labor standards and all that? Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Herbert, and thank you, colleagues, for such very thoughtful and insightful questions and comments. I might not have answers to all of them, but I will try to respond to some of them. And my first port of call, colleagues, is if you are a serious investor, why do you need incentives? If you are a really serious investor, in its sense, the word investor in its sense, then why do you need incentives? And I think this is where the challenge is for our countries, because the agenda for setting the policies that we put in place is not coming from us, but it's coming from outside. If you look at the history that I gave you, this is exactly the reason why I gave you, so that you see how things have been determined along the way and how we have been locked into an architecture that is very difficult for us to really maneuver outside that particular architecture. If you look at the way the IMF operates, the way the World Bank operates, the way the WTO operates, it's not different. IMF comes to our countries and they do the so-called Article 4 consultations. And those Article 4 consultations, they give you recommendations. Basically, they are not recommendations. They are basically prescriptions that we should do it this way. And by doing it that way, we know who is behind that. And this is where the problem is, who sets the agenda. And this is why we need the political will and the institutions in our own countries that are then able to determine the direction of our own development. Now, the specific questions that have been asked, for example, I'm not going to answer these in a particular order, but I will just be picking them up as the ideas are coming. Now, there is a question that was asked to say, at what point should we give incentives to foreign investors? And that's why I was saying, if you are a serious investor, why do you need incentives? Okay, fine. Let's say we need to give them incentives. For me, if we are to give them incentives, then they must be given after meeting certain obligations. And this has to be put in the internal regulations of our own investment laws. If they meet certain if they meet certain milestones or obligations, then they should be able to be given those incentives. For example, we may be able to agree to say there is certain technology that we require. If the investor is able to meet bringing in or transferring that technology, and if we are able to ensure that this technology is assimilated within our own domestic processes and institutions, then that should be a very good green tick, a pass for an investor to be given certain incentives. The challenge that we do is we give incentives before the investor even does anything on the ground. Already they've got incentives, they've got an advantage already over local domestic investors. This is the problem that we have been having. Can Uganda perhaps be the first country to be able to do that? To say in our investment code, incentives can only be given after meeting 1, 2, 3, 4 milestones or obligation. For me, that's the first aspect. The second aspect, this has to be put in a binding language. It's not supposed to be just be a gentleman's agreement, which is something that we have seen over the years. This has to be put in a binding language, so much so that if one fails to meet those, then we should be able to have arbitration which is easily based on language that is binding within our laws or within the regulations that we will have developed. That way, I think we will be moving towards trying to balance the investor obligations as well as to balance the incentives that we can give them. That's one way of doing it. Now, secondly, there is a question that has been asked about the ambitions, the reduction ambitions that we have, particularly around climate change and so forth and so on. Now, do we know that as African countries, or just look at Uganda itself, how much is Uganda contributing to climate change? Honestly speaking, how much is Uganda contributing to climate change? Even with that, within those framework agreements that we are signing, the ambitions that we are supposed to be meeting, we are being made to believe that we are contributing to climate change when we are not contributing to climate change. We are being made to believe that we need to meet certain ambitions, reduction ambitions, when in fact we are not even producing global warming gases that are causing climate change. Simply because we want to access finance, climate finance. And this is where the problem is. We are being made authors of our own poverty. The moment we realize that, politically, that's why I was saying there is need for political will to realize that we cannot continue to be subjugated to some of these international agreements or that we are supposed to be subscribing to, when in fact we are not actually contributing to any negative consequences to the environment or to climate change. Yes, I agree at a local level. There are certain things that perhaps we are doing simply because we are failing to enforce certain rules, certain regulations, certain laws, simply because of the weaknesses that we have in our institutions, which brings me back to the issue of institutions that I talked about earlier on. If we are to have that balance that I was talking about. You cannot achieve that balance without the requisite infrastructure that is necessary to catalyze that. And the requisite infrastructure that I'm talking about, one is the issue of the relevant institutions. We were talking about the formation, for example, of the Uganda Investment Authority. How much teeth does it have? How much skilled is it in terms of its staffing? Is it well funded? And then the other institutions that we require. It could be the environmental management agencies, for example. It could be the competition authorities. It could be the standards associations. Do we have these institutions? Without these institutions, it will be very difficult to have this balanced approach that I was talking about. So we have to start from somewhere. And that somewhere is, if you look at the speed with which we are moving in these international agreements, it could be at the WHO, it could be at the WTO, it could be at the World Bank, it could be at IMF. We do not have the capacity unless if we go back and sit down and say the political will that exists now is that we must establish these institutions to look at these areas, and then we are able to harmonize everything. For me, I always emphasize on this, the issue of institutions. No matter how much we will try, as long as we do not have this, we will not be able to have this balanced approach. So it has to be a step-by-step approach to the whole development scenario. Now, having said that, I liked also the input that Uganda, for example, its forest cover is increasing and is improving. Now, if you look at that, how do you then use that perhaps as a negotiating tool to say, look at what the forest cover in Uganda, how it is improving, and can that be used perhaps in the carbon markets to trade off such that Uganda is not able to be forced to meet certain ambitions that in the first place is not responsible for climate change. So it's a question of having this political will, it's a question of having this capacity, it's a question of having these institutions that are required for the balanced approach that I was talking about. Then, linked to this issue, also somebody was talking about how do we position Uganda and perhaps position Africa in all these negotiations. Now, when you look at all this, you cannot have a balanced approach unless if you have a harmonized approach even to the understanding of issues. Perhaps officials from the Ministry of Trade, they go on to negotiate without consulting other officials from health or from finance or from agriculture. As long as we do not have that harmonization, that collaboration, it will be difficult to achieve that balanced approach. So, as a matter of perhaps recommendation, I know there are people from different ministries. I saw the commissioner there. I know the commissioner. I saw the commissioner. I think the commissioner of trade is in the meeting. Whenever we have such negotiations, why don't we have sectoral representations from all different sectors, so that whatever we are going to craft together, it comes up with the balance that we require. Which brings me to the question of examples of countries that have achieved this balance. I might not have the examples of the countries that have achieved this balance. Why? Because of what I said earlier on, to say our agenda of setting up policies is determined elsewhere, outside the confines of our own institutions. And we know that. I gave an example of the IMF and so forth. So this is the moment, this is the time, this is the opportunity, this is the chance that we have. If we are to revise our investment code, it's a moment where we can now bring together all these different institutions such that we achieve this balance and embed everything in our laws, into our laws, and if possible, even amend the constitution to ensure that nothing happens outside the confines of the constitution once that is embedded, that talks about the need for this balanced approach. Once it's there, once once it's made a constitutional issue, that's the supreme law of the land, and nobody should be able to challenge it. Even investors should not be able to challenge it once we are able to put that into the constitution. So that's one way of doing things. We have seen in other sectors where certain aspects have been put into the constitution, for example, the right to health. It has been put into the constitution. What about the right to development? And we define what the right to development means, taking into consideration all these other aspects that we're talking about, linking into the environment, linking into community participation, linking into the issues of even incentives. Let us make them constitutional issues, the right to development. And that way, I believe no investor will be able to come and challenge the constitution of Uganda, because it would have been crafted on the basis of ensuring that there is need for development of Uganda. Then, I think the other aspect that I just want to talk to, looking at my notes as I was taking down the questions, is the issue of the climate impact assessments that have been talked about. Yes, it's not just the environmental impact assessment or the health impact assessment, but also climate impact assessment. But for these to happen, there is need, again, I will go back to the issue of institutions. There is need to have these institutions, colleagues. Perhaps what we need is, in this meeting, can we be able to define the institutions that we think are central or are an integral part of a development process? Then we lobby for the establishment of those institutions from our own domestic resources. And we lobby for their own capacitation from our own development, or from our own domestic resources. And we lobby for them to meet certain obligations that are constitutionalized as institutions. In some countries, you have the so-called Chapter 12 or Chapter 13 institutions. Like Sarah, you're coming from Uganda Human Rights Commission, for example. I think it's a constitutional commission. We also need to have these constitutional institutions that are targeted at ensuring investment and development to meet, to be sustainable to the development goals, or to meet the developmental objectives of Uganda as defined and determined by the people of Uganda. So I think this is how I can respond to these questions. And I'm sorry if I did not cover some of the questions that you have asked. Thank you, Evan.
Thank you so much, Comrade Ranga. You've already earned a round of applause. I hadn't even asked, but they gave it to you because you deserved it. Thank you so much. And with all this wisdom, I still want to ask, why are we attracting broke investors? Because the issues that we've discussed are really very critical, and we are shaping the future. But we need to also, I think, engage the relevant institutions, especially those that Comrade Ranga has suggested. He has requested that we expand our scope. The standards body needed to be here. The competition, anyone from competition authority needed to be here. So I think we need to reach out to different constituencies, and we can't do this in a silo manner. All of us have to be on the table, and we shape the investment policy landscape together. But also, we've been joined by some comrades who never introduced themselves. I would like to give us an interlude of introducing ourselves, then we'll get to the next session. So this is more like a transition. As we transition, let's hear from those that have just joined us, distinguished participants.
Good afternoon. I'm Apofia Naivane. I'm PA to Honorable Jennifer, a member on Committee of Trade. I'm so delighted to be here to join this multi-stakeholder dialogue.
Thank you. We're glad to have you. And please pass on our message to Honorable that we need Honorable here, because we are here to have a panel discussion, and the takeaways from the panel discussion will be very critical in furnishing Honorable with some issues that can be taken to Parliament. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Elizabeth Kemitsha. I work with the Uganda Association of Women Lawyers that many of you commonly know as FIDA Uganda, and I am also part of some of the initiatives that Siatini has been leading around investment and improving rights and really recognition of especially rights of marginalized persons. And we are also part of the consortium on corporate accountability.
Thank you so much. You're most welcome. Okay, thank you so much. So we know everyone in the room. Comrades, the next presentation is about unpacking the gaps in the current Investment Code Act 2019. We might not entirely unpack everything, but we have documents with more details about the gaps. And just to make this disclaimer once again, we're not against investors and we're not against investments. We want to shape the landscape in a way that recognizes the global shifts, but also emerging issues. We want to shape the landscape in a way that puts community rights at the center, that puts our aspirations at the center. Because we can't just have a policy that can't help us to get to where we want to get to. It has to help us to get to a certain place. But also, we may need to engage on whether we are at crossroads with where we want to go. Because if we don't have clarity on where we want to go, then any destination is good enough. So we may need to also engage on that. But at this point, I would like to invite my colleague, Catherine Nakawesa, to take us through a brief presentation on unpacking the gaps in the Investment Code Act 2019. It's going to take 15 minutes, and then we'll get to the panel session. So after the panel session, we'll have a collective plenary where we'll react to the presentation, but also submissions that will be made by the panelists. I'm trying to get hold of Uganda Investment Authority. We presented to them concerns. In fact, we were a delegation. Members of the investment core group were given some audience, and we presented to the Uganda Investment Authority, the Investment Promotion Department, and we are only surprised that they're not here. But I'm going to send them a reminder. If they can join virtually, it would be very good. Because we want to make every voice matter here and heard. So it would be good to have them also be on the panel, and they share with us insights from where they see it all stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Herbert, for moderating us. Good afternoon to you all. Yes, Catherine Nakawesa. I'm waiting for the projection. Okay. And I'll be presenting the gaps that we identified in the Investment Code Act 2019 and the proposed reforms. And next slide. This is the presentation outline. I'll give a brief introduction, a brief background to the Investment Code Act 2019. Then I'll be presenting the key gaps that we identified in the code, our proposed reforms, and then the conclusion. And so about the Investment Code Act, like Comrade Herbert has been talking, it was enacted in 2019, but before that, it was enacted in 1991. So when you look at the difference between those years, it was really overdue for amendment, given the always evolving investment landscape. And when it was amended, it was aimed to strengthen the Uganda Investment Authority, establishing it as a one-stop investment center for investment promotion, facilitation and monitoring to foster an investment-friendly environment in Uganda. And yes, we think we've achieved part of this because we see the increasing investments into Uganda, and since it was amended. And then the code, it was also aimed at being a framework for the local and foreign investors, setting out rules for investment registration, incentives, how the incentives are to be given to which different investors, and also setting out investor protections. We however note that much as we've achieved part of what the investment code was aimed at achieving, we still note gaps that were not really considered during the amendments. For example, the human rights protections, the environmental protections, and many other gaps that we shall be seeing as I present on. And these gaps have allowed investors to violate the rights of the environment, the people, the society at large, as we shall be diving deep into that. And the key gaps in the Investment Code Act 2019, the first gap we identified is that the Act does not have a preamble. We all know the purpose of a preamble. It gives the context of what a document, for example, the Act would be talking about. It could also give us the different interpretations of what is entailed in the Act, the purpose of the Act, the intentions. Even without diving deep into it, at least the preamble could guide on that. But it is so bad that our Act does not have one. And the proposal to that would be adding a preamble to the Investment Code Act. Then the other issue is on Section 1, which is about the interpretation of a business enterprise. But it says a business enterprise includes a manufacturing enterprise, a tourist enterprise, a commercial or agriculture venture, and a service enterprise. We note that many business enterprises have been left out of the bracket since a business enterprise, the term was not really defined. There is no definition of what a business enterprise is, and recognizing the different resources we have, we would at least have the minerals and extractives being included as a business enterprise. And with that, we recommend that the Act should substantially define a business enterprise, and not only just defining, but it should also consider incorporating an individual investor as a business enterprise. Yeah. And the Act should also clearly, as it clearly defines a business enterprise, it should also include the different enterprises that were left out. For example, the mining and extractives on the list of business enterprises. And in addition, a business enterprise should be real, and not just to say it's a business enterprise is this and this, but it should really be real. And Section 3 and subsection 2 talks about the objects of the authority. And it says the authority, and under that, the authority was given powers to attract and facilitate investments, but it has no powers to regulate. And with this, I think, if the authority has no powers to regulate, then we shall not, there is no assurance that we are driving the investment to our development goals that we really intend to achieve. So in case the authority is given the mandate, in case its mandate is expanded to also regulating, I think we can drive these investments to promote the development that we need as per our goals. And the proposal is to expand the mandate of the authority to include regulating all the investments in Uganda and advise the government on investment policies and related matters, which will help us achieve the development goals we intend to. Section 4, subsection 3 talks about the board and the different people it shall consist of. And it says it shall consist of 5 persons appointed by the minister from the private sector within sound knowledge. But we however note that this is gender blind because the private sector involves a diverse nature of people, the women, the people with disabilities, but this clause does not consider the gender perspective. Yet, we find in the investment world, these vulnerable groups should be presented even at these higher positions so that their voices can be heard. And with that, we propose that the 5 persons appointed by the minister should reflect the diverse nature of the private sector. And also considering investments do come with a broad range of effects. So for example, the human rights. And also these investments are established in communities where they have to even go to the local governments and maybe acquire certificates or permissions to be set up. So having the different ministries represented on the board would do us well, because these are the different ministries that directly interface with these people or these issues, like the Ministry of Gender, the Ministry of Local Government, the Ministry of Water. These should all be included in the board. Then section 10, subsection 2 says, the authority shall have the power to monitor the processing of investment approvals that are by law the mandate of other agencies. Yes, here we see the authority is given the power to monitor, but there are no mechanisms of how to enforce this. We see sister authorities like LANEMA, they do have departments within these agencies, enforcement departments, but the authority does not have one, which could really make this hard. So we propose that the code should have an enforcement mechanism to acquire. For example, so we propose that an enforcement mechanism should be included in the code. This is to acquire, develop, manage, service land for investment in accordance with the Constitution and Land Act. Yes, here we also saw that most of these investments do need land and vast land for operation. So for example, in the agriculture sector. And since the authority has no mechanisms of enforcing, these investors do grab people's land in the communities, and there is no way these people can hold them accountable, and without compensation moreover. So we think having a mechanism in place that could guide on how to acquire these different lands that are required for investments would be a better way to at least check the land grabbing that is increasing. Then also, an additional clause should be introduced to mandate the authority to carry out all forms of due diligence that include but not limited to tax compliance, human and labor rights, and environmental protection. Yeah, just like my comrades have been talking, we really need to have a due diligence and check if these investments are really sound to what our development goals are. For example, will it contribute to the society and the investor as well? It has to be a win-win case and not just a one-sided case for the investor to benefit as the society is really suffering more and more. Then we also note that in most cases, the authority is not represented in the negotiations of the different agreements we do make, yet it's the authority that is in charge of these investments. So we think introducing an additional function that mandates the authority and investment-related ministries to participate in the negotiation. Investments come with a lot of effects. So for example, on the environment, forests are cleared to establish investments, but we note that NFA, the National Forestry Authority, Uganda Wildlife Authority is not mentioned under this section, yet these also have a very big role to play in the investment world. And we propose that all these are added to the added under this section to be collaborating with the Uganda Investment Authority. And section 12 talks about the qualification for incentives. And it says an investor who, in addition to the qualifications for incentives set out in any other law, meets the following qualifications for incentives and commences operations after commencement of this act. Here we noted that this is not aligned to the Public Finance Management Act 2015, which sets the different procedures for granting incentives to these different investors, and we think it would be good if this is aligned to the Public Finance Management Act. Because most of these investors do not even contribute to what they promise to. Encountering losses to the government. And then incentives should be provided for investments that directly contribute to Uganda's green energy transition and promotion of green industrialization. Yes, because we see climate change is increasingly becoming an issue. And many of these investors do not operate their practices. They do not operate as per the developmental needs, but they do operate as per their investment needs, as in they want to make profits, and they do not cater to the climate changes and the need to transition to green industrialization. Continued enjoyment of incentives should be based on the performance requirements. Yes, we saw this, that investors in Uganda, they are promised from the start, you will be exempted from taxes, and we shall give you more incentives and more and more and more, without even catering to their contributions or to the performances of what was agreed upon in the start. Section 12F, it says directly employs a minimum of 60% of the citizens. And yes, this is okay, but it is also gender blind, given that the women are vulnerable. We propose that at least part of this 60, if we can say at least 25 of these 60 should be women, and in managerial positions would be really good, and this work should be decent. It should not be sex for work. Like, it should really be decent work, under good contracts, under good working conditions. And section 15 says, the minister shall by statutory instrument state the minimum The minister shall by statutory instrument state the minimum investment capital proposed for a domestic and foreign investor to qualify for registration and issuance of an investment license by the authority under the Act. Here we propose that because the current minimum investment capital for a domestic investor in Uganda is 50,000 USD, and here, and considering other ESC partner states, it's at 100,000 USD. So we would propose, if it is increased to that, just to harmonize in the ESC with other partner states. Then, minimum capital requirements for investment registration. So under here, the issue is a higher investment capital should be attracting a higher incentive, and a higher investment of the profits gained from the investment should also attract higher incentives. This is to encourage investors to invest more in this and the broader thing of promoting investments. Then investment registration, there is no criteria for approval of investment plans. And here it comes with issues, because here you do not know if the investment will really contribute to your broader development goals that you intend to achieve. So there should be proper regulations for vetting and approval of investment plans as per the national laws and national development plans. This will help us drive investments towards where we want them to lead us, and not just to have them happen. And investment registration requirements, yes, there are quite many, as you may see, but there is a need to ensure that investments provide decent work. And yes, this should also be a requirement. It should be a requirement for investment registration. Being given a license, an investor should provide the different ways in which they are going to contribute to employment, and that employment should be decent. Here we mean having good working conditions for all the people that they hope to employ in their investments. And still under here, we see that investors do come in with they ship in their workers, yet here in Uganda we have a lot of youths without work. We need the jobs, and even for the few that are given the jobs, they are not up to standard. So we really need to have that as a requirement for registration.
Sorry. Okay. The minister, that's section 19, the minister may by statutory instrument and with the approval of the cabinet specify an investment activity that may not be available for participation. So here we look at these foreign investors, especially when they come to a country like Uganda, they do engage in different investments that could be left for the domestic investors. So for example, small scale farming, hawking, that really does not require large amounts of capital that could be affordable for the domestic. And we also see that different manufacturers are also involved in direct retailing and distribution of goods, which pushes out our domestic investors. And we propose that that should be replaced with a foreign investor shall not invest and participate in the activities as specified, and we should specify them under Schedule 4, those different activities that are set aside for domestic investors. Then an application for an investment certificate shall be in a form prescribed by the authority and shall include full name. Yes. Here we see a lot is associated with, a lot of violations associated with these investments, say the social, the environment, but we do not see anything here relating to corporate disclosure by the investment. And we think there should be a clause requiring corporate disclosure by these different investments, which would help us check the human rights and social impacts of these investments. And there should be a clear article on providing remedy for the affected communities. Revocation of a license. So here we saw that human rights and environmental violations should be considered as part of revocating a license of the investor. And there should also be details of what should be done after revocating this investor's license, and the different things that they should do to be given a license again. And here we propose that the human rights and environmental violations should be considered as part of revoking a license. And then settlement of disputes. Here we see the investor state dispute included in the code, but we really see this has costed us, since it is very expensive. It allows investors to sue host states in international courts. This is really so expensive and costly for the states to sustain such cases in the international courts. And just like we had, these investors or the multinationals are often larger than, financially larger than the individual states like Uganda. So we propose that this should be eliminated, and settlement of disputes should be directly between the investor and the host country like Uganda, and not between the investor, between the country and the court, the international court.
Then qualification of investments, of incentives. Here we see that investors are added incentives over and over again, even without checking their compliance, their contributions to the different set goals. And we propose that there should be a provision to remove the incentives of if the qualifications are not met by these investors. Then we also see that in most cases, investors are given land for investment operations, but then they do not use the land for intended purposes, but rather sell the land off. So we propose that the article on prohibited transactions should include clauses of how a clause that addresses issues of investors who acquire land and then sell it off instead of using it for the intended purposes. Then there is absence of a provision that clearly stipulates what constitutes the obligations of the investors. Yes, and here with this, that is why we see the investors normally do what makes them have the profits and do not mind on their social and economic and environmental impacts of the businesses, their investments to the planet and the people, because their requirements and what they should do, what is required of them, is not properly stipulated in the code. Then we propose that these sections be included in the code, a section on land-based investments, because we see many investments, especially those that require large pieces of land, like the agriculture, they have increasingly led to land grabbing in areas of Chiriando or Karamoja, just because there is no clause that talks about the land-based investments in the code. So we think that would check that. Then the mining and extractives. Under the mining and extractives, we see Uganda is richly endowed with many minerals and extractives, but all the environmental degradation that it is causing, the child labor, the use of the toxic chemicals, is all not checked and catered to in the investment code. Then the digital economy. The economy is going digital and so many rights are violated, the data protection rights, cyber security, even the workers, they do not work under proper conditions. We should include that section so that we minimize the challenges but also maximize the benefits of the digital economy. Then corporate social responsibility. Include a clause requiring investors to implement corporate social responsibility initiatives that address the needs of the local communities, particularly in sectors with social and environmental impacts. Then introduce the following schedules. Introduce a schedule into the code to provide clarity on the activities that are ring-fenced for domestic investors or combined ventures, like between the foreign and domestic investors, to promote our domestic investments. Then also activities where a foreign investor is not eligible to invest should also be outlined under that schedule. And I'll conclude. Yes, we see the different contributions that our code has really brought in the investment world in Uganda, but still the different gaps, as we've seen, need to be checked. So So as Uganda really positions itself as a destination, as an investment destination in the ESC and the world at large, we really need to balance the benefits and the obligations of the investor, but still also considering the benefits to the social and environment, but also promote the respect for the social and environment rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Catherine, for that presentation. We have a clause-by-clause analysis of the investment code, and there are quite a number of proposals. There are areas where we commend government. We're not only challenging or raising concerns, but there are areas where we commend government for the well-intentioned provisions, but also there are areas where there are deep entrenched gaps that we need to be able to address. And I would like to recognize the presence of Honorable Moses Ogwal, who has just joined us. You're welcome, Honorable. We're glad to have you. And the next session is the panel discussion. However, before that, I would like to bring Honorable to speed with what, briefly in 2 minutes, what we've discussed here. Honorable, this is a multi-stakeholder dialogue on the urgent need to review the Investment Code Act 2019. The reason why we are calling for a review is in the view of the different changes in the global economy. We recognize that globally there is momentum and debate about the future being green and digital, but also there are recognitions that existing investment policy frameworks are not fit for purpose. Some of them are obsolete, and this is connected to the debate around reforming bilateral investment treaties. Because as civil society organizations, as the Investment Core Group, which has convened this engagement, there are issues that have been connected to existing bilateral investment treaties. Issues to do with investor-state dispute settlement, because the bilateral investment treaties have the ISDS clauses, where a number of countries have been sued in foreign jurisdictions. And imagine a country that is resource constrained to be sued in another foreign jurisdiction, having to hire lawyers, having to battle in court cases, among other issues, at the expense of meeting urgent development needs, but also addressing climate action. Because BITs, existing BITs, curtail us as countries, especially African countries, from achieving climate action. Because investors want to recoup profits on their investment. So there are issues around both national level efforts and changes, dynamics, regional level ESC, continental level, the CFTA level, but also the global level. There is appreciation of emerging issues like the environment, social and governance standards and requirements, but also sustainability requirements that we need to be alive to as a country. And globally, there are discussions around reforming the investment policies and regulations. So as the Investment Core Group, we are alive to those discussions, and today's meeting is feeding into those discussions. And the discussion around the urgent need to review the Investment Code Act 2019 is entirely geared towards making our Investment Code Act 2019 fit for purpose. We've engaged already on defining the purpose, what we want to achieve as a country. Because the investment policy framework, just like any other policy, is not an end in itself. It should help us to get to where we want to get to. So we've talked about issues of the promises that investment puts forward technology and skills transfer, infrastructure development, economic growth, employment creation. We've talked about the issue of decent jobs, but we've recognized in view of our work that the efforts around attracting foreign direct investment have become synonymous with human and environmental rights violations. And this meeting is an opportunity for us to shape the investment policy landscape. We've engaged Uganda Investment Authority, put on table documents that actually unpack the rationale behind why we are pushing for the urgent need to review the Investment Code Act 2019, but also we have a clause-by-clause analysis. So we have two key documents that are guiding this advocacy around the urgent need to review the Investment Code Act 2019. And comrades, this document will be shared with you for further review and also appreciation that we are not making noise. This is necessary noise because there is a problem at hand that we need to address. So comrades, I would like now to request that the panelists proceed to the table at the front, and I request my colleague to add a few seats. We might need to tilt the table a bit, but in case it's good enough where it is, we can leave it there. So I'd like to call upon Dr. Fred Muhumuza, who is a senior lecturer. He's an economist from, thank you so much, from Makerere University Business School, to join the panel to share some insights and perspectives around aligning Uganda's Investment Code Act with emerging regional and global trends, including the CFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area, the ESG, economic, social governance, human rights standards and requirements. I would like to also call upon Comrade Dominic Adeda from Uganda Consortium on Corporate Accountability to join the panel. Thank you so much. I would like to call upon our Commissioner, Mr. Court Okello Richard, from Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives to also join the panel. I would like to also call upon Honorable Ogwaha Moses to also join the panel to share some perspectives and insights given his role as a member of parliament, but in recognition of the legislative role that he has. So I'll guide the discussion after all the panelists have taken their seats. Thank you. And this is going to be brief and targeted because we're encroaching into lunchtime and we don't want to violate your right to food. We need the microphones. I will also, I think, share this microphone with the panelists. But for now, I will use it just to guide. I would like to start with Dr. Fred Muhumuza. He has listened in to the presentation that was made by Comrade Rangrilai Machemes, who is the coordinator for Siatini Southern Africa. He made a keynote presentation on the evolving global investment policy dynamics and their implications for Uganda. The global policy landscape is not static, it's dynamic. There are quite a number of changes. As we talk now, there is the CS3D that is coming from the EU. There is the European Union Deforestation Regulation that is coming from the EU. And there are standards, both human, labor, and environmental rights standards and requirements that those directives are putting forward. But also as a country, we are not operating in a vacuum. there are different changes, even at the continental level. And as we strive to attract FDI as a country and as a region, there are issues we need to be alive to. So I'd like to first engage Dr. Fred Muhumuza to share some perspectives around how Uganda can navigate that shifting global landscape. It's not just investment policy landscape, but the entire global economic landscape is shifting. And there are new obligations that we have to meet, but also requirements. How then can Uganda position itself in the wake of all those shifts and dynamics? Over to you, Dr. Fred Muhumuza, in 5 minutes to navigate us through how we can position ourselves as a country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, when things are shifting, I'm not sure you want to position yourself anywhere because you don't know where to position yourself. Because dynamics are shifting and we don't know where they are going to settle. And that takes me to a fundamental question. Do we need an investment policy or do we need an investment strategy? So even as you talk of the Investment Act and the changes that should be there, the guidance would be really to put as little in the Act and a lot more in the regulations. Because Acts are laws and they take time to change. As you have duly noted, the Investment Act is several years old and a lot of events have overtaken it. And we have not changed it. So if we had strategies and regulations, because regulations, a minister can change them easily if there is need to do so. So in the current dynamics that we see of shifting global trends and other dynamics, the guidance to countries and entities is to remain as fluid as possible within a given framework. It's really like playing football. There are no clear rules of the game, but you have outlines. You know when you will be offside, you know when the ball will go out, you know when a goal goes in or doesn't go in. You just want to provide that broader outline, but let countries have ability to adjust to emerging conditions. So I would root more for strategies and guidelines within the laws than policies and laws. You need the law out there, but make it as broad as possible so that it allows you to respond to the emerging things. There are quite a number. The second part is really there a number of things that the world has thrown out there, but which you don't know to what extent that the world believes in them. ESG is really one of them. It's a nice talk. It's a nice advocacy area. It's a nice thing to converge and put people together. But who believes in it? Trump is coming up with lots of challenges. The Europeans themselves, after the Ukraine war, they went back into coal. India is the biggest user of coal or producer of coal. So what are we talking about throwing small countries in Africa to comply with regulations that the mighty are not adhering to? How much carbon does Uganda put in the space? And how much carbon can Uganda put out of the space? So we have a lot of consideration that we should be speaking more to what is good for us and what is feasible and practical for us as a country, rather than trying to struggle to comply with good ideas. I would call them good ideas out there, but which no other people seem to be sticking to or really adhering to. So we need to put all these things into the equation. And I think the keynote speaker said sovereignty, you want to protect that. But remembering very well that sovereignty has limitations to it, especially when you're a small country with a lot of dependencies. Some of them we have exposed ourselves to them. And so we need to be looking at those underlying fundamentals of how did we get where we are. He did mention China, and China really doesn't have a policy out there. China is a broad outline of a policy, so even their transition from state-controlled to market-oriented did not mean they opened up to the market. The other day I was in a meeting and somebody says China is really a business enterprise. The whole country is a business enterprise. So the companies you see here are state-led companies. But now should we say Uganda also should go and start state-led companies? You want to look back and say, what state are we talking about? States are not homogeneous. Governments are not homogeneous. And I hear many people saying the governments in the West supported private sector to develop. Now they are telling us to liberalize. You need to be looking at which government are you talking about. The government of China is very strict on the corrupt. Uganda is not. The government of China would determine who gets funding. In Uganda, it is a back of the envelope. Even members of parliament sometimes just wake up to hear so and so received billions out of a supplementary. And a supplementary will be coming to members of parliament after the fact. So what are they supposed to do? But in China, there will be a very systematic thing. The things we are recommending, genuinely so, in the amendments to put in the act, on what promises is this private investor promising us? What are you putting on the table in terms of jobs, in terms of all these kinds of things are very good to put in place. But where is the institutional mechanism to enforce the act? I think these for me are key things that the act may not necessarily be the problem. It is a problem, partly a problem, but resolving the act without an institutional mechanism of resolving the act will be a challenge. Look at all the land that the UIA has invested in. It's in swamps. Now you're talking about ESG. So who is determining this? And when the president comes and says, I need 22 industrial parks across the country, for who? You don't just go and set up a park without an investor asking you, this is what I need. Who has told you they need your land in Namamve? Now when I look in Namamve, I see real assembly and display centers. The real industrial park shifted to Mbarara, well beyond Mukono. And even there, what is actually happening there? So we need to come back and question, as I've said, is it policy, is it strategy? Where is the world taking us? We may want to align to FCT, and just as I conclude, at least for this round, the Africa Free Continental, whatever Africa Continental Free Trade Area. What is in it? Africa trades less than 3% of global trade. So who wants to be in such a small space? You have 54 states, 1 point how many billion people, and all you are accounting for is less than 3% of global trade. Are you a fly that you eat so little so a grain of maize or bean will be enough for 20 flies? We need to look into these kinds of things. What does it offer? By way of infrastructure, by way of opportunities, it's a good conversation, but is there something called Africa Continental Free Trade Area? What are the dynamics and the vision and commitment of African countries themselves? We have known them more for war and conflict with each other and unilateralism. So before you even discuss which laws and rules will guide them, is the politics in Africa speaking to the vision of a unified Africa, which would then speak to the investments we must do to link up the trade within Africa. The roads, the railways, the airports. It's very difficult moving within Africa, including getting documentation. The other day we were discussing with my friends, flying from Entebbe to Kenya is literally an international flight. And part of the cost is because of those international related charges. But if we made this a domestic flight so that I get on Mission Aviation Fellowship plane, like going to Arua, but I will be going to Kisumu. And the cost is literally would be $150. But we have failed to open up that. Now the Europeans have opened up their space. Ryanair, EasyJet, these very cheap flights, you pay £50 and you are across the borders. But here there is nothing like that. Can we first see those so that traders can begin to see opportunities? Traders can begin to see some of these things arise. So we have more issues on the political side and the economic side. than really in the laws and the regulations, which are really the domain of the politicians and those who want to see economic realities come through. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muhumuza, for those wonderful insights. But you've also tickled me now to get to the next panelist, who is Commissioner Okello from Ministry of Trade. In fact, from what Dr. Muhumuza shared, there was something implied that we need to know what we want. And at the continental level, there is Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Africa, in a way, already is clear on what we want. But at the end of the day, there is limited domestication of various initiatives. For example, the Africa Mining Vision, when you look at even the protocols under the African Continental Free Trade Area, the CFTA investment protocol, which Dr. Fred Muhumuza has hinted on, which we need to domesticate. So I'd like to engage Commissioner Okot on the issue of leveraging the CFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area, and also aligning Uganda's Investment Code Act 2019 to the CFTA investment protocol, and whether we need to do any alignment anyway. Thank you so much. Commissioner, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Herbert, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. I think, let me start by saying that as we approach July, we are going into NDP 4. And NDP 4 is being guided by the tenfold growth strategy, which focuses on agro processing, manufacturing, mining and mineral processing, tourism, then exploiting science and technology to grow the economy from the current 50 billion GDP to 500 billion within the next 15 years. And that is a massive ambition. And therefore, for us to be able to effectively get there, we have to do serious investment in those specific sectors. So we already have the sectors identified and the means and ways of getting there. Perhaps when you look at the continental picture and landscape, the protocol on investment was concluded and was ascended to, approved by the Assembly of Heads of State, I think way back in 2023. And now this is a fourth generation agreement, child rights and all that. Now Uganda in 2018, November, ratified this agreement. And we are bound, duty bound, to ensure that our national laws are aligned with our obligations under the FCFTA. That is one thing that we need to know. So we have to ensure that our investment code 2019, which was done earlier than the AFCFTA protocol investment, is aligned. Then I think my colleagues made reference to the European Union sustainability due diligence regulations. And then, of course, there is the deforestation regulation, also by the EU. All this, whether we like it or not, we have to comply. Because if we are to get to export to the European market, then our products must comply with those. That is obligation with respect to child labor rights, obligation with respect to ensuring that we are compliant with environmental related obligations in the deforestation regulations. And they're massive. And when you look at our export of agricultural products in general, whether coffee, whether it is cocoa, whether what, actually about 60% of our coffee goes into the EU market. And that is huge. And when you look at our export, coffee is actually number one export commodity from Uganda. So if we are going to realize this massive ambition of getting the country from 50 billion to 500, then we must make sure that our products don't get an hindrance getting into the EU market. So products that are grown as a result of cutting down trees won't go there into the EU market. If you are employing child labor, then your product won't go there. And if you don't have labor standards, acceptable labor standard in your enterprise, your products won't go there. So whether we like it or not, by default, we are going to get compliant. And I'm happy that Uganda, the Coffee Act, partly addresses that. That is to ensure that we build in what we call traceability of our products, so that we know where the products are coming from. And in that way, we can be able to monitor that those enterprises are operating within acceptable international standards or requirements. So that one, we cannot run away from it. Now, like Dr. Mohomuza said, we need a code which is flexible. But I think what we need to do is to ensure that we tighten the grip in the regulations, which can easily be changed to adapt to emerging developments across the globe. Now, the investment code as it is at the moment seems to be lacking some of these elements that need to be addressed. And I think I thank Sietini for coming forward and looking through the code to identify where the gaps are, so that it can be addressed in the review process. There is no law which is static. If it is going to be an impediment to your development, then of course you need to, with urgency, make sure that you, they call it amend accordingly. So as we go forward, I think perhaps I need to talk about a few things to conclude. One is that when you talk about local versus foreign investment, I think there is somewhat lack of adequate information. Now, if you are a local investor and you register and get investment licenses, you get the same treatment like a foreigner. So perhaps most people don't go for the registration and getting the investment license. Otherwise, you are treated equally. But if you are not registered and you don't have investment license, then you cannot benefit from the incentives that are prescribed in the investment code. Then, of course, the issue of the digital laws, I think we have a lot under the Ministry of ICT. Regulations with respect to protection of information, data, and other abuses that comes with the digital world. There is a lot there. Then we have the land law in Uganda that governs how land is done. But you cannot put all of them in the investment code. It becomes difficult. And then you have also the issue of mandate conflicts and things like that will arise from this. Issues to do with environmental protection. The laws are there. It is not in the investment code, but it is there. So they're scattered in different laws and regulations. Even things to do with child and labor and rights and all that. The Ministry of Gender, Social Development, I think they have laws that govern labor and labor protection. So it is there, not that it is not there. It is there. But if you look only primarily at the investment code, then you will think that other aspects are not covered. But they are in different aspects of the law that governs those specific areas. Then I want to say one thing. Foreign traders or investors going into areas that are primarily supposed to be for Ugandans. You go to Kampala, move to those big wholesale and retail shops. you're going to see Mukasa and Sons company there. Fine and good. It is indeed Mukasa and Sons. But you go behind the counter, who is counting the money? It's a Chinese. It is us Ugandans who are colluding with those people to actually defeat our own. Now, you cannot compete with the Chinese because he has good access to products that he brings. So if you are neighboring him, then of course you're going to be disadvantaged. Now we have the Competition Act already in place. We are in the process of setting up the institution that will implement that act. That act is supposed to address certain distorting practices within the economy. I mean, you cannot have Mokwano, he's a manufacturer, he's a retailer, he's a distributor, he is everything along the value chain. Now, he is actually competing with you who is buying from him. Now, how are you going to compete with him? So it becomes difficult. You find Toro Cement, they have their own trucks. They also have their outlets there. But there are others who are also in the wholesale and retail competing with them. So the competition law is supposed to address such anomalies that are actually there. That one we cannot dispute. It is there. Competition law is supposed to regulate the activities of enterprises within the economy to ensure that there is free and fair level playing ground for all the actors along the value chain. So colleagues, I think perhaps if they have not answered anywhere, you will remind me. But I think I've talked about most of the things that we need. So the issue of labor rights, pay and wage, the issue of incentives, the issue of a balanced investment law, I think these are things that are there. Like Dr. Mohomuza said, it is in the implementation where we get problems. And that is where we have issues. I mean, why should an investor go and set up a processing or manufacturing plant in a wetland? Who gives him the authorization to set up? And there are many. You move around because now that is where people, these Chinese are now going, wetland. So, but the laws are there clear. You are not supposed to set up factories in a wetland. Now, there is that aspect of community, the corporate social responsibility. I think that is an area that needs to be addressed. We don't have any guidelines or any particular regulation with respect to corporate social responsibility. And we need to come up with a model that is going to work best for us. Because all these investors have obligation towards the community in which they operate. They don't operate in vacuum. They operate amongst the people. So if their activities jeopardizes the lives of the common community, then of course there is penalty for that. And they owe it to the community, their effective operations in the community where they operate. So I think perhaps let me stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. There's one thing that Commissioner ended with, the issue of holding investors accountability. You go in a wetland, you occupy a wetland, you make your establishment, and you do all the activities that you do. But at the end of the day, it's the communities that receive the spillover, negative spillover effects. Pollution in all its forms, among others. So I'd like to engage Comrade Dominic Adeda from Uganda Corporate Consortium on Corporate Accountability on the issue of corporate accountability that is emerging, but also the other emerging business and human rights standards. So Comrade Adeda, could you speak on the issue of investment, corporate accountability, and emerging business and human rights standards? Thank you. And maybe before you do so, I would like to prepare a honorable to also think through the issue of what legislative priorities government is taking up, all should take up in order to align Uganda's Investment Code Act 2019 with emerging global standards and requirements. Over to you, Comrade Adeda.
Thank you very much, Comrade Herbert. About the emerging corporate accountability issues that are really brought in focus in our discussion, I would like to start with due diligence requirements, especially as I think a number of panelists, Dr. Mumza, Commissioner, have mentioned the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, but also other regulations in the EU. What is important here is that they are not really just emergent, and I want to base my presentation, of course, also on what Dr. Mumza submitted. They're not just there for us to comply with merely because we are a third world country or something like that, but also they have important considerations. We're now talking about market access, that now these are global standards that all businesses would have to comply with to have market access. But also, when we're talking about emerging trends, we really need to look at trade in its broad sense. Trade is not merely that interaction within the boundaries, but also there is inter-country, it's global in nature. So these standards that we're talking about really have impact that stretches way beyond the boundaries of a particular country. But also, within our own boundaries, we have the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. And there is now growing recognition that business can have both positive and negative impact on human rights. Now, the National Action Plan here is the commitment of the government to actually acknowledge that there should be things that businesses must do to ensure there is that balance, both of the business motives of both profit and all the other related benefits, but also in compliance with human rights standards. That is very, very important. But also, the other emerging attribute that we could talk about in corporate accountability should be climate resilience. Now, in terms of understanding why this is important, because I think it was Dr. Mumza who was asking, so how much does Uganda contribute to, to the greenhouse emissions and what? Colleagues, when you're talking about investment, this is important because climate change is not an isolated factor. It has absolutely no connection with how much a country contributes. Because if it comes, we are all going to face the disastrous impacts, okay? But also more importantly, because of that recognition, we see that under the Paris Agreement, there are nationally determined contributions where countries make commitments saying that because of our collective problem, okay, our collective problem, which affects all of us regardless of our contribution or regardless of our varied statuses, we need to make efforts, okay? And now that leads me to where I would just in a minute speak about some of the gaps that are in the investment code. Because I think it was Dr. Mumza who said the laws are maybe not much our problem right now, but the policies. But now when you look, for example, at the investment code, there is nothing that speaks to our response to our climate targets, for example, okay? You will say that, well, there is the National Climate Change Act, but there are no policies thereunder that speak to investor obligations. We are talking about large-scale plantational agriculture, mining and minerals, investments that have huge potential of one, altering the climate strata of the country, okay? But there are no frameworks that really speak to that. When we talk about, say, for example, investor obligations, there are none that really speak to their social obligations in the communities where the investments are established, okay? So you can't say that, well, maybe an argument that there could be some flexibility that could be achieved, but it does not take away the fact that there are actually glaring gaps within the Investment Code Act. You look at the qualities that, say, an investor would have to be considered an investor, talking about land, business plan. Nothing is talked about, say, climate impact assessments on what is going to happen if certain industries are established. Nothing is talked about social impact assessments. because well, the law only makes mention of the environmental impact assessment. So you can see that these are very important things that need to be included in the Act. But also, I want to associate myself with the submission that was made in the keynote. Why these things are very important, I think it was Comrade Rangai who made it, that regulatory oversight defines investor transparency, obligation, and then dispute resolution. There is no way we are going to achieve or move to where we want to achieve without having certain frameworks that create, I would say, the bedrock of all interventions in investment. Okay? The Investment Code Act would be the starting point for that. Because with it, and with very elaborate provisions that are very clear to everyone, we will also get investor confidence. Okay? Because the rules will be set. And an investor from wherever they are, they will know that, well, when I'm going to Uganda, I need to comply with these due diligence laws, with these kinds of processes. The problem with the policies is that they are fickle, they are always changing, and for an investor, like I told you, for us to have a broader perspective of business and investment, that could be a challenge. But also lastly, when we talk about, say, the market, looking at the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and a number of other legislations, East African Common Market Protocols and all. When we're talking about the EFCTA, I think I agree with Dr. Mumza saying that, oh, well, for example, the African trade does not contribute to, say, 3% of the global trade. But colleagues, we are also aware of the shifting global dynamics. Whereas we have just under, say, 3% of the global trade, that does not mean that the African market is not important. Okay? But also, more importantly, is I think it was in 2023 when we're going for the African Business and Human Rights Forum, but one of the things that was very important and hot in the discussion was the policy coherence. That yes, we come up with all these things, but we have disjointed policies. Every country has its own path. And those are the things that I think impede our own trade within Africa. Because I think the statistics were saying we have merely closely available interventions within our laws. Okay? Lastly, strictly available interventions within our laws. Okay? Lastly, still on that very point, talking about our local context and how these emerging issues can really fit in, and still talking about the gaps. I think 2 weeks ago or 2.5, we were in the Energy Convention. And one of the things that was apparent is that whereas majority of the jobs that have been created by the oil and gas sector are, numerous, they are semi-skilled and unskilled in terms of categorization. So issues of skills transfer are also not apparent in the Investment Code Act. Okay? So you can see that, yes, whereas there are gaps that we need to maybe deal with in policies, but also there are those that are very glaring, even in terms of the actual laws that speak to what is on the ground. And of course, what usually the outcome of that is, we'll be talking about statistics, we have attracted this kind of investment, but it will not trickle down to the people where these investments, one, are established in the communities because of that nature. So for example, if there are oil roads, you'll see the roads are very good, but the people around are very impoverished. Why? Because the only thing they can do is weld, have skilled labor, maybe produce labor for digging trenches, if there are any construction things. That is not going to uplift us. Lastly, and I think it's Commissioner that talked about it, when you look at the strategic objectives under the National Development Plan 4, you really see that the easiest way we are going to get there, or the easiest way we're going to propel ourselves forward as a country, is really the prioritization of investment. But that can only happen when there are certain deliberate, interventions. You talk about human capital development. Will that merely be achieved by policy? Okay? So these are questions I'm leaving behind us to spark the discussion and maybe to put our minds together on how some of these things could be. I think I would end there. That is what I had to say. If there are any questions, I could address them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Dominic. I would like now to engage Honorable Moses Ogwal around what legislative priorities is government prioritizing, or should Parliament prioritize in view of aligning Uganda's Investment Code Act 2019 with emerging issues, standards and requirements, but also with the national development aspirations? Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much. I'm always very happy to be associated with what Siatini does. When I read this, I thought I should have some bit of my time to come and say hello, but not to present. However, you've asked me to give a comment, I will do that. I think priorities for legislation stems not from Parliament, where I sit. They come from government. So government should be, in fact, executive should be the one to say, this is where we would want the laws to change. And the role of Parliament would be to see whether it is consistent with the expectations of the people of Uganda. Having said that, I'll venture to give a little bit of opinion on it. I think what guides us is NDP4. Currently, I think that's the guide. We want to believe government and Ugandans have agreed that's how they want to move. Within that, the NDP4, it recognizes the role investments would provide to spur growth and lead to aspirations which are clear in NDP4 what we want to achieve, particularly to improve the lives of our own people. So the legislative angle would see whatever can be done to help achieve that. It goes what you've touched, what incentives should be provided to those who are bringing their resources in the country, or those who are in the country but are making their resources available for further development as envisaged in NDP4. So legislation will just look at that. And the major part of the legislation would see, if it is an investor, would be how can we promote investments? Because all the investors have opportunity to invest anywhere. Anywhere in terms of geographical location, any country, but also any sector. So as you try to compete to convince somebody to put his resources in a certain area, I think the executive would try to see what incentives would be very good to support investors to do that. My view is that the investment code could handle it, but it is not the final document which would guide investors. I think all the three colleagues have hinted. It is beyond that. I saw what was discussed, like land which is provided to an investor and then they are used for speculation. That should not really be too much of the law. It should be how you manage the investors. How do you manage them? You could use that and then put a regulation that if you have not invested in a certain period, then this reverts to government. You withdraw that incentive which you have provided. But I've further seen in investments related to incentives and others, they are embedded in other laws. That's what I'm seeing. For example, investments, incentives related to taxes. We are actually handling the tax issues as we move now. So we see government brings what incentives do they think should be provided to the investors, both local and foreign. And they give a regime of tax which is helpful to achieve that, to allow the investors provide or make their role which is envisaged in NDP4. So as we discuss this, let's see how is the executive doing it. I can say they have a basic document, which is the investment code, which everybody needs to read. But it bothers the investors that you go a little bit further. The investment code will not tell you everything. There are so many other regulations which are in other sectors of government, which are not brought together for an investor to quickly see. Even the local investors, most people have a challenge. They don't clearly see that I should go and get a license and get the investment. I have my money. Should I go and get a license from Investment Authority? It's not as clear as the word clear is, that you should do that. But that information is there. We need to, all the time, let the people know that there are incentives which are associated with going to the investment center, and then you get them. So you look at all those legislations which come, which provide priority. We have electricity, which is a problem. I see under the relevant section in government, they are saying, okay, we are going to support investments. Those who are doing large investments, their rate would be lower. I see regulations I see issues on electricity where we provide resources that we want now to have electricity come from the dams, the producers, go straight to the industrial parks. Those are elements which are there, which you may not see and they may not be in the investment code. But I think government is trying their best to handle that. I was a little bit concerned, this is as an individual, it's not a policy of say Parliament where I sit. The issue of social responsibility. I know it is a very nice word, but when you're attracting an investor comes with their own way of marketing themselves. A company comes that this is how we behave, this is how we should move. It's actually not uniform. To me, on the side of government, my interest is this person paying taxes? Is he paying taxes? Is he employing the people? If you can answer a few of those, then I would not go to say this is what social economic responsibility you should have. I would not say you must make sure people have schools. Because some of the people say, no, you've done this, please build for us a school. Must that be part of the legislation we should have, or it should be left to the company? But for the government, you must know that where these people are, if they have employees, we need schools for them. Tax them and have schools built. So that's a longer way. We need, I need to appreciate, to advise that these investments are being fought for. Everybody is fighting for investors. Not even the local only. Which area do you put? People are fighting for investment. And investments are lacking. So let's not do things which make it harder. Especially if wherever you want to go, it's not uniform. If it is uniform, it creates the element of competitiveness. So whatever we are doing, incentives and so on, we should manage it in such a way that it allows every sector to be competitive within the sector. The competition within the country should also be favorable. Do not put regulations or even laws which would make you uncompetitive. That is my advice. Otherwise, you will have a challenge in what you are seeing in NDP 4. But I clearly agree, there are areas which, you are talking of wetlands, environment. That's a very key issue. NSN government will not allow environment to be deteriorated because you are making it hard for the lives for those in the future. So the laws must be in such a way that you protect the environment. And I think the laws are there. But you ask yourself, somebody has quickly got land from a wetland. The other one has got it from somewhere else. If the wetland is cheaper, but the good thing is to invest in a wetland, it's more expensive in terms of what you need to do. But if you make it in such a way that you are in the same sector, and the behavior or the incentives which are giving are segregative, then it would mean somebody in another area will not benefit from that. So I agree with whatever I've seen, most of these issues. I think the incentives, investment incentives, not only the incentives, the elements of the code need to be improved. And I think the conversation which you have started is a beginning of it. It is the executive that brings proposals of changing or improving the investment code. This conversation of Siatini with the ministry, with the academia, would be the first point, and I think you need to push it further with the relevant arms of government. After that, it goes to cabinet, which is still government, and then comes to parliament. Parliament will look at it, pass areas where they think are consistent with the thinking of the development programs which are there for the good of the people. Parliament will consider it that way. And then it will eventually pass the bill or improve the amendment of the bill. And then it is left again to the executive to assent it. So I think you are in the right, you are doing the right thing. You have identified, I've liked some of the elements which you have identified that we should work on and improve. Let's do that. But also let's be aware that the international community, despite the fact that you are having treaties and agreeing to these treaties, we are seeing the international community itself changing. Dr. Mumza mentioned here about the big head prefect of the world, changing things. What does it mean? I think for us, Uganda, we will be focused on what we want to achieve. And we have clearly elaborated it in NDP4. That's what we want to achieve. So I think we'll be focused, and the legislative agenda will be focused to achieve that. That's how I would really mention. We'll be focused based on what Ugandans have written down and they said they want to achieve, and we will look at the legislative angle which will facilitate it. The legislation can be law, but there are elements which also can be used like regulations. I think let me stop there.
Thank you so much, Honorable, for those wonderful contributions and insights. And just around the issue of corporate social responsibility, it's really at the center of environmental social governance. And what we were raising here as part of our contributions around the urgent need to review the Investment Code Act 2019 is that investors should direct corporate social responsibility to a development need that has been identified. Because certain times the CSR is misplaced. It can be into anything. But if the need is a school, is a road, we can actually have a shortcut to development if the CSR is directed to what we want to achieve. But also the whole issue of the increased, the drive for economic growth and also attracting investors. There is an issue that has come to the fore, the issue of the quality of the investors we're attracting and the issue of sustainable investments. And I would like to engage our esteemed panelists around this issue to share their parting shots. How can we effectively balance the drive for economic growth and increased investments with the imperative to attract high quality investments, high quality and sustainable investments that also align with our national development priorities. That would be really something that could wrap up this conversation. We've asked ourselves, we've attracted investors. Have they created jobs? Yes, they have. But which kind of jobs? We are desperate for investors. And there is in the ESC what they call the race to the bottom. Each country is using different tactics to attract investors. But on the other hand, we are saying we should attract investors and market the East African community as a single investment destination. But on the sidelines, each country is employing different tactics. And at the end of the day, the country that offers more attracts more investors. And we have put incentives ahead of performance requirements. And that's why even the institutions that are supposed to monitor whether the investors are delivering or complying with the requisite laws might also be incapacitated, because if the agenda which has been set is to attract investors at all costs, then how are the institutions supposed to operate? Won't there be a conflict? So I would like to engage, starting from Comrade Adeda, how can we balance the drive for economic growth and increased investments with the imperative to attract high quality and sustainable investments that align with our national development priorities? Thank you so much. And I would like to request that I burden Honorable, you will wrap up the conversation by giving closing remarks. In case there are no issues or submissions from the audience. Thank you. You do? Okay, we will open up and then Honorable will give closing remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think one of the ways that we can balance development, attraction of investors, but also sustainability should be in very clear policies. That sounds very simple, but it is that deep. Because one of the things that creates this confusion is policies that are not clear. Let me give an example of incentives. To the best of my knowledge, there is no other law that speaks about incentives in the country other than the Investment Code Act. While the Investment Code Act in its provisions says that any other law that provides for incentives in addition to those laws, okay? So you can't see that that creates the first point of confusion, that you do have a law that should be very central to this framework, but it does not provide for the criteria. And what we have seen is usually that, well, when they are given, the law does not even provide for performance evaluation. Of course, I know it talks about, the minister is looking through the incentives and then guiding and what, but that is merely, in my language, discretionary, because it's not put anywhere, and that is a problem. Secondly, I believe the biggest way any of the development interventions can be judged is on how they uplift the people. So the people lie at the intersection of both government priority but also the investment. And what this means is that when investment is being attracted, there should be very clear, I would say, demarcations on its contribution. The way you see the schedule of the Investment Code Act really highlights some of the critical sectors where investment should really be focused. If we are saying that as a country, we are focusing on industrialization, we're focusing on agro-processing, name it. The idea here is that with that prioritization, the interventions can be clearer, okay? And then the investors that also come will be judged on that criteria. I think it's honorable that we're saying that everyone competes for investors, but I want to rephrase. We are a very good destination to be competed for by investors. And I think that is the idea that we should carry forward. Because if you go into that, oh, we are competing, that's when you're going to compromise your own standards. You say we're going to give you free land, we have cheap labor, because you're competing. But if you are a favorite place to be competed for, you will have your foot on the pedal saying we have sound labor policies and regulations, we have sound environmental governance and accountability mechanisms. These are things that I think can carry us forward. And I would end it there. My panelists would also add.
Thank you so much, Comrade Dominic. But also, as Dr. Fred Muhumu's made his submission, I would like to pose two questions. Why are we obsessed with economic growth? And why are we desperate to attract investors? Could you, Dr. Fred Muhumuza, put it in the context of the earlier question on how we can effectively balance the drive for economic growth and increased investments with the imperative to attract high quality and sustainable investments that align with our national development aspirations? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'll raise maybe 5 very quick things. We no longer have investments where you begin A to Z as one investor. That you are going to invest in production of phones and you want to begin from refining the minerals and then the technology. You just go to jump into that value chain and say, what is my part here? We have seen this is the trend, things have gone up, and Trump has learned and burnt his fingers the hard way when he thought he could bring manufacturing back to America. He has realized even a small component of a car is made between Mexico, Canada, and the US. Just a small component, not even the whole engine. So gone are the days when industries would come and sit in one country. So for me, the way to attract the right kind of investors is begin by promoting business-to-business conversations. Let the businesses decide, what do I want to do? Now Uganda is putting a ban on export of raw material, of hides and skins. What are you going to do with your hide and skins here when you don't make shoes? But the person making shoes can say, well, can you just refine the hide for me or give it to me? So we need to open up that space, and I think that's why it goes to recommendation of who should be on the board of UIA. I would borrow a leaf from Kenya. Kenya, the head of civil service banned public sector players sitting on boards of public entities. So you are not going to have the Attorney General's representative and then the PS, Minister of Trade, then the PS, Minister. What do they know about business? Just ban them off. They are regulators, there will be conflict of interest. Let private sector people come and sit on these boards and drive them in the trend of public sector. Of private sector. So don't encourage any public entities whose boards are having and dominated by public entities. So we've got to get to that. Number 2, who do you attract? The rating agencies are very clear. Standard & Poor and Fitch. They have downgraded Uganda to a non-investment grade. Now, any investor in FDI in the global space who is mindful about the investment will be reading Standard & Poor, not what Government of Uganda is saying about itself. And what are they saying there? Uganda is non-investment grade. So the only entity you're going to get here is a bad investor. Because the good investors will avoid you. Now, we need to go back and say, what did Standard & Poor say is making Uganda an investment grade? It's not necessarily sitting in your Investment Act. It is sitting in things of how much have you borrowed, and therefore what is your future like. Your interest rates are 17%, being driven by public debt. You're not going to resolve that. So interest rates in Uganda will remain high because of that domain, and you have not cleared that. Meaning that even if I came with my money, there are people I'm going to find in Uganda who are partners to my business. They are going to be borrowing at higher rates. And that cost will be passed on to me, who has come with foreign money, which is cheap. So my investment in Uganda is not going to be sustainable. So we've got to address the macro space, the exchange rates, the interest rates, the debt of government. The government of Uganda is indebted to the private sector by 13.7 trillion domestic arrears. Now, you are already having 50% of your budget speaking to debt service. Now, any investor will be already saying, I don't think Uganda will provide me with the necessary infrastructure that I need to be in Uganda. Those are macroeconomic issues. You're not going to address them through the Investment Act. And they are binding on us. We are failing to do our roads because the debt is eating into the national budget. So until you address that, and the Afro-Mexican Bank, I think, report of 2024 is very clear on these issues that we should be able to address if we are to get into the attraction of foreign investors. People are judging us by those things that are high up there, and we cannot get the investors that we need. Finally, who cares about global standards? It's about wars. It's about natural resources. Countries have now invaded each other for minerals. Trump is out there saying, I'm taking over the Panama Canal, I'm taking over Canada, I am going to take over Greenland. Russia has already taken over a country. Rwanda is in another country. Now, when you hear the people trying to pacify these countries, it's about minerals. Can you give me a bit of your minerals and I'll protect you? It's not about whether children are working in that company or in the mines. So we need to look at these realities. I'm not saying we relax on this. We can set our own standards. But that's where the globe is taken, the global trend is taken. That a certain investor is ready to buy your mines and your minerals and your whatever outputs based on another criteria. And not whether you had children in there, or there were no children, or you're destroying the environment, all those sorts of things. Now, how do we structure ourselves in that turbulent, shifting global tectonics? And as I said, not policies, not laws, have your laws sitting up there, have regulations, have strategies. Because the world is going to be shifting that way. And if we are to really attract the right investors, these are the templates they are reading. Me, I want minerals in Uganda. Doesn't matter what is happening or what is not happening. But that does not mean we throw away our values and our principles. But as the global environment we are facing. So there are people you not get in Uganda, and I've met investors. Genuine good investors have said Uganda is too corrupt for me to engage. I can't come to Uganda because the moment I post a corruption payment from my company, I will lose my bigger global investments among those who respect governance. So we are shooting ourselves in the back, in the foot, and I don't see why we still expect a good investor. If you are a bad entity, you're only going to be the company of the bad investors. We know what to do, we are not doing it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fred Muhumuza, for those insights. He asked a question: who cares about global standards? Perhaps Ministry of Trade cares, because Comrade Adeda talked about the issue of market access that is linked to the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive and the European Union Deforestation Regulation. Over to you, Commissioner Okots. Could you make sense out of that question? Who cares about global standards? Perhaps Ministry of Trade cares.
Thank you very much, Herbert. We all care. We certainly have to care. Because we are in an intricate world that is so much connected. Like Fred said, that we are not going to have what they call a fully fledged manufacturing from A to Z. The issue of regional value chain is very important. And that is where you cannot run away from global standards. So if we are going to really drive the economy, and which we must, because you need the jobs, you need the money, you need the welfare, and you can only attain that when your economy is growing. Now, I think perhaps what Herbert said about the quality of the investors that we attract here. You know, we have the regulations in place. We have the guidelines in place. We have after 1 year, what we call Finance Act that sets out what incentives government is giving to the private sector. It is in the, we are about to go in the budget. You're going to get the Finance Act. It spells out, based on the NDP4, what are our priorities and how can we make ourselves more attractive. There are certainly some areas where I think it's not going to be easy to turn around, particularly the debt burden. That one is not going to be something that can be attained within the next 5 years because it is huge. And I think it's a big percentage of our budget that goes into paying and servicing of debt, unfortunately. And it's a huge proportion. Now, I think we need, and what I can tell you is that when you have quality, you don't promote. Quality speaks for itself. So we only need to ensure that we put in place all those regimes that can drive us to have that quality. We have the endowment. All that we don't have are those regulatory policy aspects which can be tuned to be in the right way. But like I stated in my earlier submission, we need to align our investment code to that of AFCFTA, which prohibits any issues to deal with corruption in investment. It is there. You go to Article, I think Article 33 of the Investment Act, and we need to align ours to that so that we effectively address those issues around corruption. All right? Because it reflects badly on us, and it actually would act as a deterrent to prospective good investors to come here. And people are used to that. Okay, I can help you to set up investment in Uganda as long as you're going to give me this percentage. And you have added nothing, no value. Just because you have the connection, that is when you think that is the value adding. And that reflects badly. Not that there are no effort to address it. I think we have the anti-corruption, we have the anti-investor protection unit, we have all this, we have the IGG. But sometimes the dog that you send to go and catch the thief becomes also the thief itself. That is where the problem is. So I think it's a long way, but I think there is a lot that is being done in terms of ensuring that we position ourselves as an attractive investment destination. And we are not doing badly. We are not doing badly. Because when you look at the investment inflow, I think Uganda at the moment is leading within EAC in terms of attracting investment coming into the region. So we are not doing badly. We are better than DRC. We are better than South Sudan. At least we know we are better than even Kenya in terms of new investment that are setting up in Uganda, because we have the potential and the endowment here. So let me stop here and thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Now, maybe I spare Honorable as he reflects on the closing remarks.
Let me just make a few comments. I think what you clearly brought out is important, your question, relating to how do you balance the issue of promoting investments versus other things which you must do to protect the environment and so on and so on, to protect the people. I think my view is that do everything to promote investments. Do everything to promote investments. Investments which are required to spur growth are not only private investments, they are not only foreign investments, but they are also government investments, and they are also local investments. So that resource which is required is capital, technology, technique, which is required to take advantage of other factors of production which are available in this country, need to be managed well to facilitate that growth. However, you must always, when you attract and you provide incentives, then it's only logical that you must regulate. So attract, support, and regulate. So that would be a clear balance which is required. Regulate, support on areas which would facilitate further investment. When I've invested 1 shilling, how can it become
100 shillings within the economy. So you work on all those regulations, regulative, and other actions which are not actually legislative, which are required. I'm happy Doctor mentioned here issues of macroeconomic stability. That one is required. You need that. You need that. So you need to work on it. Must it be in the investment code? Possibly not. It is found somewhere else. You must ensure there is no corruption. Because corruption is always bad. What should you do? Should it be in the code? Maybe it can touch there. And then you handle it separate. Issues of environment. And moderator, I want to mention, at least issues of environment are well elaborated somewhere else, not in the code. Issues of child labor and so on, they are well elaborated in other regulations other than the code. So the issue is, how do you make sure you manage all of that? And it tends, as Commissioner mentioned, they tend to be brought out on a yearly basis. You have the plan of government, 5 years, like the NDP, but on a yearly basis, there's when you try to review and make sure all these issues which you are doing together, the laws, the incentives, are matching. It gives you that opportunity to reflect on it. As we speak now, we have been reflecting on so many issues as Parliament, and the finance bill is one of them. I'm not at liberty to mention what has been discussed there. But you can see all the discussions are saying, hey, let's do this to ensure there's revenue. Let's do this to ensure that the farmers are protected. Let's do this to ensure that employment is enhanced. So you will see on a yearly basis that is being done. But I think that's how we can balance the two. Support, but regulate. And be serious in regulation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable, for those insights. I would like to give us an opportunity in not more than 5 minutes to make some reactions, ask any questions, then we'll wrap up. I know we have overvaluated the right to food, but we did it together, we are in this together. So let's wrap it up and conclude on this. I haven't forgotten about the panel. I'm going to thank them in a befitting way. I don't want to thank them and compete with, all of us reacting and all that.
I think I'll go first. Thank you to the panel members for the great presentation. But I wanted to highlight something that I think was also mentioned by Dr. Muhumuza, the need to ring fence some activities in the sectors that we have for investment, because we are having players that are involved in the entire value chain of sectors, and that keeps a lot of our citizens out of these value chains and revenues that we expect to be used to lift the livelihoods of our citizens. So there's a need for that in value chains such as agriculture, for activities that could be done by citizens to be ring-fenced for them and not have foreign investors be able to access those activities, to ensure that those revenues at least stay with us, because we have an open, a liberalized concept of how these people can use the profits that they have with us. Yes, I wanted to supplement that. If there's any other aspect.
Thank you very much. I just want to make a small comment on the Commissioner's statement that Uganda is now more attractive in terms of attracting investment as compared to Kenya. And this is a good thing. It's a good thing, but we should critically examine those factors that are attracting investment in Uganda. Is it really honestly that we have a good investment climate, or some of these reasons like cheap labor are actually overly they are seen by the investors? Because just compare Uganda with the East African countries when it comes to labor standards. Uganda, I think, has the lowest labor standards as we speak right now. Workers, since 1984, we don't have a minimum wage. But even then, you can't have a workforce where over 66 Ugandans are working without contracts. They're just casual workers. And then you are bragging like, okay, yes, of course, even if I was an investor, if I know there's really low-cost labor in Uganda, I would go and take advantage of that. So as we brag about being now better than Kenya in attracting investment, we should also investigate some of these factors. Are they genuine factors, or some investors are taking advantage of our very low standards, and then they feel it's more comfortable to invest in Uganda as opposed to Kenya? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a simple one. I understand there's a body that was created basically to use work for our local investors by the Uganda Investment Authority. I would like to know how far it has gone, the statistics, how effective it is, and how it is helping our there's a body called the Domestic Investment Division that was created by the Uganda Investment Authority. Its main intention and aim was basically to help and ease work for our local investors here. So I wanted to know how far it has gone, how the statistics, how many investors so far being helped. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm just fresh from an East African Carbon Markets Forum, where a lot of carbon trade and carbon markets issues were discussed. And in the room, over 70% were whites, and 30 were Africans or blacks. So you could see almost every panel that was coming up. The discussion, although it was in Uganda, it was typically, foreign driven. And for me, as someone who was trying to, push for the human rights-based approach in the conversation, you could see that this is just a continuation of a colonization tool, where you find it now, as Dr. Mumza said, yes, we're talking about ESG, environmental social governance, but actually the investors don't take this serious. They just look at this as just salaries on the table. They don't take it serious, because for them, they're actually looking at where they can make the money. So how do we make sure that we aggressively, because Honorable MP was saying, support but regulate. And we see that there's no regulation. The real issue on the ground is that there's no regulation. Recently there was a court decision where Chinese were arrested in Rera, destroying a wetland, and they were only convicted to a charge of to pay 280 million Uganda shillings. Convert that one into dollars. That's just pocket change to them. Maybe if it was about 280 billion, they would feel the pinch. So we are not very serious when it comes to the issue of regulation. And we are going to have the same problem continuing to other emerging areas, like, for example, carbon trade and carbon markets, where, for example, our people are going to be taken advantage of. So what is government, for example, and parliament doing? Because recently we passed the regulations and the guidelines. We've been talking about Kenya. Kenya has an environmental and climate change division, which makes sure that issues of climate justice are mainstreamed. They recently amended their National Climate Change Act to integrate and embed carbon trade mechanisms within the act. For us, we have just regulations which can just be cannot be enforced when it comes to some of these issues, because you may not litigate on them. So we need to be very serious and ensure, number one, that we protect our environment, to protect our people, and ensure that we center the vulnerable communities in this whole conversation, that we have responsible and sustainable investment
other than just having numbers when our people on the ground are actually suffering. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you so much, comrades, distinguished participants, for those insights. I would like now to take back the microphone to the panelists. I think we'll still make a round, each of them responding in case they need to respond. And finally, we'll close with Honorable giving some closing remarks. And we will have earned our lunch. It's a hard-earned lunch. Thank you. So I'd like to start with Comrade Dominic Adeda.
Thank you very much, Herbert. None of the questions has been directed my way, luckily. So I'll extend my time to Dr. Muhumuza, who has received most of the questions, to conclude. Thank you very much. This is an important discussion, and it should really continue going. Like Honorable was mentioning, well, it might not merely be just the Investment Code Act, but it should, broadly look at all sectors. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think the conversations will close unless somebody is going to tell me that Siatin is going to close, because your business is going to continue. It's an evolving situation, as I said earlier. We can't even talk of positioning ourselves, because where do you position yourself when the world is changing? Trump is in the Middle East, even got a whole donation of a plane, a new American plane, Air Force One is not a simple thing. He's refusing to donate to us, but he's receiving donations on his other side. But these are the emerging things. One of the things is in Saudi Arabia to sell his weapons. He said there is a deal there of $100 billion worth of weapons. But we know Saudi Arabia, what do they do with weapons? So that's why I'm saying standards are there, but where trade issues come in, people are going to front their interests, regardless of whether you are dealing with who. The Americans, I know, wouldn't be in Saudi Arabia, knowing how it behaves. We have 2.2 million people in Gaza, ring-fenced, no food, no medicine, and the world is just watching on. So why should you come to Trump, a small Uganda, to say your coffee was grown and harvested by children? These children were looking for school fees. So what do I do with the children who need school fees and their mother is poor, their father is poor, and they are literally participating in raising their own school fees? These are realities that we have to engage and face. Same thing with the minimum wage. Uganda can't set up a minimum wage when companies are actually collapsing themselves. They are being riddled by bank loans. So any manager will prioritize to settle the bank loan and salvage the company rather than increasing the wage of his employees. And some employees will agree with the manager. You first settle the bank loan, because when the company closes, we are all going under anyway. We won't even get our 150,000. So there are realities on the ground that we need to face. I've been chatting with the private sector. The procurement law preserves certain percentages for them. But the law is so encumbering that you cannot change the price you quoted for 3 months. And we know prices are changing every other day. So what law is that? And we are saying let's put a regulation, because there you can easily adjust. But the law says once you quote, don't change it. So even if whatever I'm delivering to government, the price changes on the market, I'm not supposed to go and revisit it. And then government has not paid them. You saw the other day where, rest in peace, Rajiv died. And everybody thought the company should be held liable. Until the company came and said, I have not been paid, and I handed over that road 6 months ago. Now, is this where you want to throw your private sector and ring fence certain segments for Ugandan local companies when you know they are actually suffering because of those ring fencings they can't afford? It's only companies with deep pockets, and these are going to be Chinese companies. Because for them, they can wait for Government of Uganda to pay them after 2 years. After all, the Chinese government is continuing to finance them. Now, these are the realities we must engage. And as we have all agreed, I think one message coming out of here, it is not all in the Investment Act. It is across so many acts and so many spaces we must engage. So next time you bring us here, let's broaden this conversation to say, what will it take for Uganda to competitively succeed in attracting investors and sustaining the ones we already have that are closing every other day. Thank you.
Now what do you do? Because it is the willing employer and the willing employee engage in it. If you insist they fire you, another one is already lining to take off from you. So you see, the level of employment does not even give the employer more investors, more investors, multiple factors. There are many. There are many. All right? So you look at the policies, you look at the incentives that we give, you look at the endowment that we have. So there are many factors that are responsible for that. All right? So let's go slow when it comes to the issue of minimum wage. I think my brother Ogwal, Honorable Ogwal, knows very well. That thing also went out to Parliament. But I think somewhere, somehow, it just went and died because it is not workable. Thank you very much.
I think before Honorable gives closing remarks, I would like to request that we give a round of applause to all the panelists. We truly appreciate you all, and I request that you could take your seats as Honorable wraps up this. We truly appreciate the insights and the proposals, one of the proposals that has come up. But of course, this is something we're intending to do. We are even energized. Dr. Muhumuza has fueled our ambitions that we need to continue with the conversation. It's not stopping here. And we need to engage more constituencies. Commissioner proposed other constituencies we need to engage. Comrade Ranga proposed others. And Honorable also proposed the executive that we need to engage. So I think we have broadened our constituents to engage, and we will continue doing more of that. And we will make some amendments to our analysis where need be to accommodate some of the insights that have come up so that when we engage, we are clear on what we're engaging on, especially in view of the information that has come up, that we might need to look at the strategy, the regulations, although that's still in the pipeline, the regulations are still in the pipeline. But of course, we've already engaged UIA, the Investment Promotion Department. We had thought they would be here and defend some of the issues in the Investment Code Act, because hearing from them creates some level of trust that that's the position of government. And Minister of Finance, we had invited Minister of Finance. They are not here, and we will engage them in their space if they have failed to make it here. Honorable, I request that you could proceed here to give some remarks, closing remarks, as we end this.
Moderator, thank you. I'm very privileged to have opportunity to provide some closing remarks for this engagement, which I thought was very enriching. It's an engagement which starts the thought process to support the process I had mentioned of improving the support which is provided to the investors. I still want to encourage you to continue with your conversation. Broaden your conversation to ensure that you discuss very well the synergy of investments versus development. The investment, what should we do in the current state of what has been invested by both government and private sector? Let me give an example, and I would want you to consider that engagement. Government has invested a lot I want to believe, in infrastructure. It has also invested a lot. We see it in the budget, in areas which will facilitate financing of production. That is under PDM. It's a lot of investment for sure for government has gone there. While at the same time we are saying the cost of money is very high and government has invested some of its money at very low cost. The real question of the think tank should be, what is the problem? How can that be improved? You are running to bilateral agreements, yet you have something heavier and within your reach to help improve. What's wrong with the investments which you have made? And how can it be improved? I think government and everybody would appreciate that nexus if you delve so deep into it. Are the investors, if you now investigate, are the investors working together with those who have been invested into under PDM? Would it cause what is required of the 10-fold strategy? How would you advise government and also parliament to benefit from it? So I think this is a center which I really want to appreciate, with a stock of the ability to give free advice. I'm sure my colleague there is a consultant, but if he gives you time and comes and speaks to you freely without charging you, or at least charging you heavily, you should say you are lucky to have such a forum. And on the side of Parliament, we would be very happy to get such information so that it can help us make the right decisions. So I want to thank you for this thinking and for creating this think tank. Encourage others to come. I've personally had, I work in the committee which you have mentioned here, Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I have the opportunity once in a while to ask tough questions to finance, to Uganda Investment Authority. I've had the questions. I will relay some of your questions to them. Hopefully it will help the country. But continue with that so that you can enrich our committee and other elements of other sides of government so that we are able to really discuss correctly and act rightly. With this, I'm happy to say thank you for this meeting. Let's have the opportunity to further it further so that we can get better results with work which we can do. I say this for God and my country. Thank you.
Allow me to thank Honorable, and please join me in giving him a befitting round of applause for sharing those closing remarks and being part of the panel. And he has opened the door for us to engage. But we would request, Honorable, that you secure some audience so that we can meet the committee on finance, national economy.
We met Saitini,
but it was on the tax bills. Tax bills, but specifically on the Investment Code Act.
I think I'll certainly help with our plan. And then we bring it up. But you needed to have brought it so that it is part of this. You see the relevance in the whole development.
We truly wanted to first engage you here so that we now can.
That's